All right, so we are live. How are you doing? If you're watching on YouTube on the replay, timestamps will more than likely be in the description below this video. So you can just jump ahead to your reading. Otherwise, I'm going to hang out and see who shows up and hang out with them for a bit, and then we'll start reading. So that's the plan. That is the plan. Okay. Ooh, excuse me. Hey, everybody. Hey, Jessica, Kendra, baby doll, good to see ya. How's everybody doing? I'm back. Hey, Angela. Hey, Raph, how are you doing? How's everybody doing this Sunday? Excuse me. Ooh. Weird afternoon. My Alexa randomly started talking about Book of Job. Yeah, that sounds very strange. Jeff Bezos is preaching to you. Buy more Amazon products. I'm doing well. Yeah, it's weird. I haven't slept well the past 2 nights, but I feel weirdly fine today, so I'm not sure what's up with that. We'll see how this goes. But well, I'm already getting well, so we'll see. Hey Jenna, how's it going? You on my phone and Celtic Heart on YouTube makes for sublime energy. Oh, that sounds awesome. And thanks for the compliment. I'm glad to hear it. So I need to sit with and channel on or see what they say about the start time for the live, if I should push it back or just keep it at 3. I think I'm gonna say we're gonna keep it at 3 for now, but if that changes, I'll let you guys know. Honestly, so I think it's gonna stick at 3 p.m. Central Time. Haven't slept well either. Yeah, interesting. I wonder what's up with that. Been under the weather, but feeling like maybe it's more energetic. I hear you. I've kind of, yeah, it's kind of how I don't feel like I'm sick, but I definitely was feeling some sort of way last night or something. So yeah, it's been a little bit of a weird time. I can see that. Blah. Yeah. Okay. So we might hang out for one more minute, but we're probably going to start the collective reading soon in just a second here, and then we'll flow from there on what's for the highest good for us to get to. Yeah, energetically run down Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Yeah, it was super interesting, and they're telling me to tell you guys, but like I really had a lot of work planned the past few days, and except for like one day, I'd get going to like, okay, time to do this, and they'd be like, nope, don't work. Nope, don't film. Nope, don't do XYZ. I'm like, okay. And then like I'll get it the next day, and then I show up the next day, and they're like, nope, don't film. Nope, don't do this. Nope, don't work. I'm like, okay. And then I showed up on like the day after. I'm like, I'll get it today. They're like, don't work. So well, actually, I also like, didn't get a lot of sleep, and so then I don't even know if I was in the place to like work so much. But yeah, super interesting. Your YouTube timeless reading called me out this week in the best way possible. Well, I'm glad to hear it was in the best way possible, and that's what I'm here for sometimes. It's like my intention is, I've already kind of talked about this in some of the lives and stuff. My intention is always like, what's for the highest good, what's going to be helpful for the highest good, what's going to be accurate. not necessarily, it's what is true and accurate, whether it's what you want to hear or not, or it's something else entirely. Something along those lines is my intention. That or better, of course, and fully for the highest good. So, but I'm glad to hear it was helpful. Um, Hey, Prince Priestess, super good to see ya. I got your email. I didn't have a chance to respond yet, but I really appreciated your email, Prince Priestess. I want to tell you while you were here really quickly. Um, do I answer specific questions? Sometimes if it benefits the group and it's not just like but typically these lives right now are focused on, like I do a lot of, I guess you could say general readings. Like there's like a stream of general readings. We're about to do like a collective reading, and then for specific signs and things like that. If I'm guided to, if I see a question, I'll answer it. If it's like a question that could like benefit everyone, like if a common one people ask is like, how do I grow my intuition? And my guides tell me to jump into it. When I see that question, I'll do it. But definitely anyone listening, don't get offended if you ask like a very personal question and I don't answer it, because I might not be guided to. And usually that's what happens if I don't answer a question. They're just like, no, don't answer that. We need to move on to this thing or focus on this other thing or whatever. So it's nothing personal. It's just not what I'm guided to do. When I don't answer a specific question. Yeah, you're welcome. And thanks for asking, by the way. Hey, Andy Pandy Pie, great to see you. And I used to, with the lives, do a lot of the one-on-one questions and answers, and it becomes very, very, I guess you could say, overwhelming, and chat moves at 10 trillion miles per hour, and it's really difficult to keep up with. And so that's not my, like I can do it, it's just not my flow right now, I guess. Okay. Okay, they are telling me to start the collective reading now, so I know I didn't get a chance to say hello to everyone who just popped in the chat here, but hello, and I hope you're doing fantastic, and we're going to probably hang out a bit more between these readings. But, okay, I was about to jump into my spiel here. Oh, I'm remembering to flip the camera for everybody. Okay, please, for the highest good. Yes, okay. So, I know my sign, you can like barely see it down there. I'm gonna adjust, okay. But collective readings meant just to be for everyone who finds this whenever they find it. So live now or on YouTube if it gets reposted on YouTube, which I usually do, is barring any technical difficulties with TikTok. So the spiel as it normally goes is, I'm going to channel my spirit guides, the angels, and source fully for your and the highest good, and see what comes through for you with that and intuitively. So let's see what is for the highest good to come through for you today and what is here to help you out today. I'm feeling weird with my words, I guess, right now, but let's just see what starts coming through. They're showing me a fire instantly and someone walking through fire. And this person in this intuitive visual I'm getting has been through they've been through hell and back. Like they've been through a lot. And it's kind of like in this, and don't jump to conclusions yet, we're not done with what the message is. There's kind of more to go, but there's like hope on the horizon. Like they don't have to keep walking through fire forever and burning their feet and going through hell. And what I'm getting for you, and we had a similar message last week with the live, is like that is actually you. It's like you're done with going through hell, or you'll have every opportunity to escape from a difficult situation you're going through, or a difficult cycle, or they're showing something like being backbreaking. It could definitely be metaphorical. I absolutely hope it's not literal, but getting out of something that's like backbreaking or like mentally like wears on you. It's just time to escape from things that are overly difficult are the words I'm hearing. And again, you're going to have every opportunity to do so and to escape from that pattern. Like it's time. So if source is extending a hand to get you out of difficult situations, like if it's a job offer when you're trying to get out of a toxic job, for example, or you're looking for a place to live and someone's like, oh, I've got this place over here that you can check out, or I can home you for a few weeks while you're looking or something like that. Like take those opportunities for sure, because like that is source extending the hand to like get you out of certain situations. So be willing to accept opportunities that come your way, of course, as long as it aligns with what your intuition, what you're intuitively guided to do, it feels good to you, intuitively. And sure, it might be uncomfortable. It doesn't have to be uncomfortable, but it might be uncomfortable, like on a certain level, like emotionally, to like accept the help. And for some of you, in some circumstances, or like mentally, you're like, oh, I don't want to do this type of job, but it's like the offer that's coming my way. And maybe you'll love it if you take the offer and try it, or maybe it's a stepping stone to something better, but you kind of have to try something, when source is extending a hand to get you to try something different, or get you out of a situation, for example. And those are just examples, by the way. It doesn't have to be the exact thing that happens, but something along those lines, or what's the best way to say this? Just keep that in mind as an example, if that makes sense. Next thing they'd like to get to here, let's see. It was really interesting because I feel called to say this, but the art style, I don't know if it's really art, but the intuitive visual, the way it was showing up looked almost like Hawaiian. Like it was like animated. It was almost like an animation, but it was like Hawaiian style in like a way. It's like what I keep getting. So I'm going to mention that in case that resonates for you guys as a sign, or makes sense to you guys for any reason. Or if there's any deeper meaning of that to you. What's going on with words today for me? So the next thing they're showing me, it's interesting because they are showing me like a totem. So what's up with this totem that they're kind of showing me here? So sometimes when you're evolving out of a certain stage, it's kind of like everything has to change. There's a lot of different examples showing up because they were showing like someone on like this level of a totem going up to like the next level of the totem, or the next thing that was depicted on the totem, the next image. And similarly, well, not similarly, on a completely different, but not really different, but visually different example, they're also showing Pokemon, because Pokemon evolve and stuff like that. So a bit of a nerd reference for those of you who are into that, and or have kids who are into that or whatever. Because sometimes the Pokemon evolves and it becomes completely different. Like the stats change completely. It looks completely different. It's not even the same color. You're like, how did this bear transform into a weird ice fish? Like that doesn't make sense. Like I don't think that's a real thing in that game, by the way. But sometimes like everything around you has to change. You have to change. Sometimes the people in your world might have to change, at least some of them. So be prepared for things to change as you evolve. And that's not to discourage you. In fact, that's to encourage you, because you might even like the changes. I think sometimes, you might already realize this, but sometimes people talk about change and we like assume like, oh no, what am I going to lose? Oh no. And maybe that's because of past situations. So I don't blame you for that either. But who's to say, I don't know, maybe you're forced to move, but then someone's like, oh, well, I've got this really cool house you can stay in for like really cheap. And you're like, oh, this is great. Like things can happen that you actually really like. And usually changes for the better. I almost want to say always, but usually is the word that kind of slipped out. So at least like long-term, especially, definitely long-term. Like if you're doing the work, sorry, I'm going to take a step back. What's the highest best thing for me to say here? I would say for you guys, change is usually going to be for the better. In long term, like most instances, definitely. Because especially if you're someone who's like doing the work and putting good out into the world and things like that, listening to your intuition, things are just going to get better. So don't worry too much about that, but that's what I'd also say. So, and coming back to what the message they'd really like to get to is on this. So let me get back to what they'd like to say. Fully, if that's good. Not that I went away from it, but I don't know. Just to clarify or summarize, I suppose, like change is going to happen as you evolve and you are leveling up. And sometimes that entails shedding. Sometimes that means changing the roster in your life or like people that are in your life. But I feel like it's going to be good. And it's funny because they're showing me this old McDonald's commercial from when I must have been 8. I must have been very young at the time. And they made a big deal about changing their chicken nuggets to white meat. And there was this kid in the commercial who ate the chicken nugget and like everyone was like waiting for his reaction. And then he's like, change is good. And this is definitely not to encourage you to go eat McDonald's. But that's what I'm getting for you guys. We're getting all that as well. So that's really cool. Some of you are kind of like skipping a level as well. It's kind of like skipping a grade in school with your evolution. Like it's almost a bit more quantum where it's not always linear. It's like you can kind of skip a grade or skip ahead a couple steps or really level up quickly. And that's exactly what you're supposed to be doing right now. So, I mean, this isn't like, I don't feel like this is the right wording, but if you're going through any like extraneous isn't the right word. What's the right word here? Like maybe a lot of intense change, or you feel like you're doing a lot of work right now, like on you, for example, like there's a big level up occurring if you're putting a lot of effort into things, or you feel like you're going through a bit more than usual with your process. And it could even be like you're laid out. I remember, this is going to open up a whole other discussion potentially, but earlier on in my journey, there were people who talked about like ascension and ascension energies. And I don't feel like we have to create this as our reality around ascension, where we get laid out by ascension energies for days or however long at a time. But a lot of people would talk about like people just getting laid out when they'd have to like process a lot or shift a lot. And some people talk about when it comes to like integration, like they get laid out or they have to rest or like nap or sleep more or whatever it is. And definitely eat healthily and well and give yourself plenty of, hydration and healthy stuff like that. But even if you feel like that's been happening more, it's like there's a big upshift happening is what I'm getting for you regarding like even just be like being laid out or processing a lot of energies or having a lot of memories come up that you're kind of purging emotion regarding, or just having to sit with as it kind of comes up and leaves. It's kind of just making space for your ascension, if you will. It's making space for your level up. Whatever words you want to use. I know different people have different slang and understandings and things like that. And I'm just saying what I'm guided to say. So doing my best with it, at least. No, I am. They're like, no, you are. So, okay, I am. Next thing they're showing me are these French fries. So what's up with the French fries showing up here? The chips for y'all in the UK. What's up with the French fries? Let me stay with it a second longer. So one thing I'm getting for you guys right now is not to rush the process in like any area. Even if it's for you regarding ascension or like, oh, I just want to hurry up and level up and like get to this level in my business and blah, 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 blah. Like, or like you're rushing your process in some way. And maybe for some of you, it's like regarding clients even, like regarding if you do work with clients or anything like that, or it could be at a job, but they're kind of showing this French fry chef. It looks like it's a fast food restaurant, but the person cooking this is like, they're almost more like a chef. Like they seem a bit more esteemed. Like he has a chef hat on and he's like this angry French dude in this visual, like almost like you kind of see it like an angry 5-star restaurant thing. Not that all chefs in 5-star, is that even a thing? 5-star, whatever star system you use for restaurants. Okay. Fancy chef, angry, in kitchen, cooking French fries. And this customer is like, dude, hurry it up. I want my French fries. Like, dude, hurry it up. And there's a couple different ways this showed up to me, because it could be about like manifestations, like rushing manifestations, like from the universe. It could be like rushing a process to get something or get something done. And the chef is like, gets angry. He's like, you know what? Here you go. And he like throws these like undercooked French fries on the counter for this customer who's like trying to get him to like badgering him to hurry up and give him the French fries. Here you go. Here's your undercooked, like crappy French fries. And one of the messages was more like, sometimes things take a little bit of time. And sure, you could we're opening up a whole can of worms. Because like, sure, maybe you can get to this place where it's like, well, anything's possible and like really huge and amazing things can happen overnight and really quickly. Sure, like that possibility is there. We can create that. We can move into that energy. Sure. At the same time, currently on Earth, it seems that sometimes things take time to keep things a bit grounded, and which some of you need is what I'm also hearing. And sometimes you just can't rush things. Like there's a timing to it. There's a timing for you. There's really something about an internal clock as well, interestingly enough, like even like regarding healing or like the amount of sleep you need or like the amount of rest. And like you can't always force that to hurry up right now. Sure, maybe there's things you can do to change that going forward, maybe. Or maybe you can manifest something. I'm not going to try and limit you, but right now, like there's this message like you kind of have to wait for the timing or wait for the right timing, because if you give these fries enough time, they become like super crispy and like delicious, and it's infused with the flavor of the oils just right, and the chef has time to perfectly salt the fries, and he's not mad because you're not rushing him, and he's like, here's your huge batch of delicious french fries with a perfectly cooked burger and all that. So a lot is coming your way, like perfectly served, if you're patient. Like, again, don't try to rush the universe, don't try to rush yourself. I wouldn't even try to rush other people right now. I'd be taking your time with things. I don't know if that's the right way to say it. What's the best way to say it? Taking your time with things in a way that's aligned. Like, you don't have to like move at a snail's pace or like intentionally drag your feet, but you also don't have to like go in a frenzy right now to like force people to do things or force things to show up. Like, things will show up at the right time, like perfectly served, and that's what you deserve, is like a perfectly cooked meal, metaphorically, not just some like half, you know what I'm saying, not some like mushy undercooked french fries that are still kind of frozen in the middle or something weird like that, not like a hot pocket that you didn't put in the microwave long enough. Or if you remember the Jim Gaffigan Hot Pocket skit, he's like, would you like it icy cold or boiling lava hot in the center? I don't know. But I found that skit very funny as a child. But let's move back to what would be for that skit to be said here. And maybe that was for that skit to be said, but that was kind of what I said was kind of the message and the point there. So don't rush the process, and take your time with things, and don't rush the universe, and things will be perfectly served. Next thing they'd like to get to here is, and this is a kind of a message I get a lot, especially more recently, like there are a lot of growing psychic abilities on the planet. Like, your abilities are growing, like the world is waking up to it, and it's becoming more normalized or common, which is really cool. One thing I'm also being guided to say, and it's something I've been saying for a while, but I really feel like the world would be a much better place if everyone honed in their divine guidance and intuition for the highest good. To a place where they kind of knew everything and knew that they knew everything, and then they could kind of fall into their path perfectly and easily shed society's conditioning. And because everyone would be kind of operating for the highest good intentionally at that point and divinely guided, everyone would serve their like puzzle piece they're meant to serve in the collective perfectly, and things would really fall into place, and the world would be a lot better, and things would change really quickly. And maybe things wouldn't even have to necessarily, well, I mean, certain things might have to fall apart for that to happen, and all that, but it could be like smooth. So that's something I really think could help the world, is like more divine guidance for everybody in an aligned way that's for the highest good. I feel like that's one of the things I'm here to serve, I guess I'll say too. But coming back to what they'd like to say, that they were on the way to with the psychic abilities increasing. The other thing is like, don't force yourself with this, like kind of let it come. Like, your abilities are growing at the right pace for you. And sure, you could practice more and like do more, and there's ways to expedite the process as well. But if you're someone who's trying to work with that, like, it's going to grow at the right time and at the right pace. And if you're someone who wants to do this type of work, like I'm getting, you'll be able to just be a little bit patient with it, and trust you'll get like the lessons you need, the learning you need, the lessons you need, the gifts that are yours, that are meant to unfold for you, that would serve you in this journey, etc., like at the right time. And if you're not meant for this journey or this work, you'll be moved to work that's fulfilling for you, so try not to freak out about it either way. If you're like, I'm not sure, but I want to, but I'm not, I don't know why I'm getting all these different messages around this right now, but just keep that in mind as something I'm getting. Like, it is growing. It's growing on the planet. It's going to become more prevalent. And I'm just hearing you're also right on track with where you need to be if you were worried about any of that, no matter where you are on that journey and path right now. Okay, they'd like to switch gears and switch messages here. So what's next? They're showing me giraffe, spirit animal, very common friends in these readings. And I guess they would like me to tell you this. I sometimes used to get a bit like, I don't know if nervous is the right word, but it'd be like if I would get the similar like visual with a lot of different readings, like giraffe or something, I'd be like, really, giraffe again? Like, I don't know. I feel like we need to switch it up. But if it's what's coming through and what's showing up, it's what's coming through and what's showing up. And maybe that was part of my learning to trust that and just flow with it and be like, all right, because it's usually a different message each time. Sometimes it's similar, sometimes it's not. They can kind of go whatever ways for that is good with it. But, and maybe that's something some of you needed to hear, but with giraffe showing up here, let me see what they'd like to say the message is with giraffe, spirit animal, showing up here. It's really interesting because they're showing this giraffe's neck like stretching, and the word they gave me was elongating. They also showed like the concept of, should I talk about this? Okay, we'll go to a different thing they want me to talk about because I was getting a different visual, but they're like, don't talk about that. So what's up with the giraffe and the neck and all that? Okay, I'm not sure why I'm on this again, but they're really hammering in this message like things are going to happen at the right time, even if it's taking longer than you thought it would or realized it would, or longer than you would like, because they're showing it in like almost like time, because like there's this clock ticking and it's just like taking a long time, and it seems like it's stretching out and elongating, and you're like, I thought this was going to happen yesterday, and all this stuff. But like there's a lot rearranging. There's a lot that needs to shift on the planet. Things can't all physically happen right away right now with how things are working. And there would be a lot of destruction if it did. And sure, again, like there's a possibility where things can rearrange right now really quickly and it wouldn't be a lot of destruction. But what I'm hearing is not right now. That's just like not the way the world works at this time. So again, be a bit patient with the divine regarding like different things, manifestations, your journey, and things like that. Like things will happen at the perfect time is the reminder once again for you guys here. The other thing they showed me, I guess I'll talk about it now. They showed this like black hole, and you know how there's that thing that people either, maybe they actually observed it, but I think it's more theoretical. I need to look it up again. But how when people go closer, or things go to closer to black holes, like the theory is that it'll just kind of like go into the event horizon and then like almost like seem like it's spaghettifying the way it like an object would go into the black hole or something like that here. So what's the message here with all this? For some reason, they're bringing it to this message. Like if you feel like things are going backwards for you or in your life, they're not actually going backwards. They're just going forward in a weird way or in a way that's different than expected. It's weird because they're showing it in terms of like a roller coaster, like an amusement park ride. It reminds me more of like Universal Studios, maybe. Like I've only been there once, but some of the rides are kind of like, because they're kind of based on movies, so they're not all like a linear like roller coaster, like woo, we're going around this track. It's kind of like you go here and then this like thing plays out and then it like moves back and goes this different way, and it's kind of like that, where it's like you're here and you feel like you're moving backwards, but that's actually the right way to move forwards on the journey, if that makes sense. So not actually regressing necessarily, moving backwards, just moving forward, but in a weird ways that's necessary, is one of the things kind of coming through with that message with the black hole there, for those of you feeling weird about that. And sometimes, we get very self-conscious about our journey, how other people perceive us. I guess you could use the example of like a house. Like if you have a certain house that costs this much money, you're like, oh, I have this $1 million house, but then like you have to sell it and get like a, I don't know, $300,000 house, or however much houses are now. That's less expensive. And you're like, oh, people are going to think I suck and people won't love me. I don't know, like all the weird stuff comes up, And it's kind of like, that's okay. If that's the way to move forward in a better way, like that's the way. And you'll be able to move forward in a better way after that, even if you feel like you're moving backwards, if that makes sense. Because that could open up a lot of possibility if you're spending less money on your mortgage every year, and then you have money to travel or money to work on a business or whatever. And this is just an example, of course. It doesn't have to be the one way it's going to work out for all of you. But keep that in mind as well. Like moving backwards isn't always moving backwards. So next thing they like to get to here, they're still on the black hole and that whole thing. What's up next? So there are destined events coming up around this time and like over the next year. I think I got this message in one of the newsletters that went out, where they kind of talked about my spirit guides and the angels and stars talked about this next year or so and maybe beyond, like I almost want to say like 24, 36 months, but it was more directly about the next like year or so. Like there's a lot of destined events happening, and it's like things that are just going to happen no matter what, honestly. And this could be good. This could be things you don't like, but you probably will, are the exact words I heard to say, by the way. Excuse me. So this is all meant to move you on your path in the right ways. And most of this, honestly, is positive. But like certain things need to happen to move you forward. And that's kind of what this black hole is representing, as well as like that, almost like an inescapable gravitational pull. Or just something that's just going to happen no matter what. And not bad, by the way, it just needs to happen. So it's something you signed up for, something your soul signed up for. And honestly, what I'm hearing is it's something you'd probably like if you knew it was coming. Like most of you would be excited. Some of you would be a little bit fearful, but some of you are just like that with everything. So is what I'm hearing. So I'm not too worried about it, honestly. Just know that's kind of a time we're in, is like almost like a time of destiny. So one of the worst things you could do right now is fight the universe on your direction, on things you want to do, on like people. Well, I want to be a little bit careful with this, but like people you're around that you're like supposed to be around. Because you might be like supposed to date this person for a time and you're like hung up on this person from the past and you're like, oh, really? You want me to date this person? And it's like, this person's fine or great even. And it's like what you need, but you kind of have to be a little bit willing to go with the flow that the universe is showing you and not fight that, is what I'm getting. Because the only way you'll kind of keep going through hell is like if you keep fighting the flow so like voraciously that the universe is like, I have no other way to get you to do this. We're just going to wreck stuff, like is what I'm getting to say right now. So I'm not saying that to make you afraid. I'm just letting you know, like that's just what I'm getting. So, and you can trust your own intuition as well with additional things you're getting about all that, or things you need to walk away from or move towards as well. Like, yes, that's legit is what I'm getting if you were getting those messages and questioning that. But just keep that in mind, I suppose. Like, do your best to kind of go with the flow. If you're not sure what the direction is, like, don't worry. You'll be led to that at the right time. And sometimes we're in periods of confusion to keep us from going the wrong direction. That might sound weird to you or counter to what you'd think, but it's actually kind of not. Because those are usually the times where you kind of don't do anything, you know, or you're just like, I want to get away from this thing, but I'm not sure how, but I feel like I have this big destiny, but I don't know how to get there. It's like, okay, yeah, I just heard someone talking about this recently. I think it was Lee Harris. Like, that's part of your future. Like, great. But it doesn't mean it's your job right now to figure all that out. Some of you, it is, but you're already on that track. You're already doing that. You don't need to worry too much. And that's not to gas you up to do nothing, by the way. It's just like, if you're confused, like, don't worry about it. Like, you'll get the clarity at the right time. Like, you'll get the moves at the right time. Or you might just blatantly be walking that path without realizing it, you know? So try not to freak out about any of this either. Like, it'll find you at the right time and in the right ways for you. And it's very difficult to mess it up, if not impossible. I feel like you'd have to really try, and then you'd have to try some more. So just try not to try to mess things up, right? Yeah, I think I said that right. Weird sentence. Okay, let's move on. I think we're almost done with this reading, but there might be a few more messages to get to. They showed me a warthog, the pig version, not like is there a plane called a warthog? Or I think there's like a vehicle from like a video game series called a warthog too. But anyways, show me a warthog, like the pig. And what's the message with the warthog here? Okay, so any of you going through anything like this, blind rage is not going to solve anything right now. Sure, if you need to burn off some anger, that's great, but I'd really work on healing that if you find yourself blindly angry at everything all the time or going off in a rage at things or even at like your kids or anything, if you have kids or anything like that. Like it's kind of time to sit with that, be like, okay, where's this coming from? Because it's like, yeah, sometimes anger serves me if it's like, I realize it's coming up as, you know, for instance, I've heard people talk about anger being like a boundary, like it just comes up. And if you're kind of more observing it, you're like, oh, that's like working with your awareness, like, oh, that's interesting. I'm feeling really angry about this. And what is this trying to tell me? You're like, oh, I really need to like set a boundary with this person and not let them just barge into my house whenever, because I actually wanted to rest today, but my friend just came over unannounced and I need to kind of ask them to let me know if they want to come over. Like, okay, you know, and it's kind of like, and another thing we'll get to, sometimes like when you start to hear those things, like other people talk about them, or maybe me mentioning it here, you either maybe had a situation where you're like, oh, I'm feeling angry. I don't usually feel angry like this. It's very actually more energetic and I'm just like aware of it. Like that's very interesting. And like now that I just channeled that through or said that and explained it, you're like, oh, that's what that was. And or maybe you'll have one in the future where like an anger comes up. You're like, oh, this is different than my normal anger. It's more just I'm noticing this like energetic thing and like, okay, that he said that, that's my sign to make this move or really observe this or question, you know, check in on this. Okay. So sometimes that happens with things that's really interesting where it's like not your normal thing that pops up, but because someone said something, it like becomes a sign for you or a way your intuition speaks to you, or maybe there's a better way to explain it that I'm not hitting the perfect wording on, but you get it. And they're telling me to give you another example, I guess. So we'll just flow with that. And another example, one time I was, sorry, I'm referencing Lee Harris a lot right now, and that's fine. But he's a channeler, and I like a lot of his work. And sometimes I just like to mention it when I'm talking about something he said and not just, you know, what's the best thing to say here, guys? I don't want to take all the credit for like things other people said, you know. And, but if I'm guided to say it, I'll say it. He said one time, or there was like one course he did, and it was about like manifesting something for this amount of time period. And I remember like writing something down, and I came back to the video and hit play. He's like, yeah, you know, the other thing to check in with, it was funny, this was next on the video, is like, you really want to have like a cackle with it, you know, when you're looking at your targets or whatever you're manifesting for the year. Like you really want it to like either inspire you or there's like a cackle to it. And if you're just kind of looking at like meh, like go back and like try it again. I'm like, yeah, it was kind of meh. So I went back and tried it again. And then like I energetically had that cackle he talked about, but it was it was like different than I don't know how to describe this because it was energetic and it almost seemed to have like a different flavor. Sorry, what's the best way to say this? It had like a flavor that felt like Lee a little bit in a way, if that makes sense. Where I was like, oh, he said that, and then I tried this, and I had that cackle he talked about, but that was like my intuition and energetic awareness and sign and whatever you want to say, like that I hit this right, you know, this thing I was doing. So pay attention to that a little bit. That might be important for some of you that I'm talking to right now, where it's weird. Like the way I'm getting to say it is like, you're not just blatantly lapping up and buying maybe every single thing everyone says, but you might take it as like a tool to use in your awareness and your intuition and in your world. And I don't know if I hit that perfectly, but like you don't have to buy like, oh, that's the way it works all the time. I must always feel this cackle, but maybe for that one time, or maybe it is like forever on afterwards. Like that's a sign for you. Like, oh, there's that cackle. Now I know what that is. And it's like an intuition sign for you. I feel like I kind of blew it with that message, so sorry about that. But take the first thing I said, maybe discard the rest, and you probably got it there or something like that. I feel like I fixed it now, so we're good. Okay, I feel like I'm done with this reading. I don't remember what that had to do with Warthog. Did we talk about that, or did we just completely switch it up there? Let me sit with it for a second longer. Last thing I'm kind of getting to say, which might not have to do with Warthog either, but I do get that I just hear the phrase things are going to work out for you. Things are going to start working out better. Like things are falling into place and it's time. You're also not really meant for a cookie cutter lifestyle is what I'm hearing as well with this reading, this channeled reading. Why am I saying all that? But, so don't expect your life to look like everyone else's. Like expect difference, expect like you and unique. And I feel like you'll kind of have a better life. because I think sometimes we kind of expect this cookie cutter, like what we've seen on TV or like what we saw in this movie in the 70s. And it's like we're kind of meant for something better or different and something more unique. And like that's okay. We're also in like times that are changing in different times. So life's going to look different in the future. And it's not going to look like how it was in the 60s necessarily or the 80s or even now. So don't get caught on a particular vision that looks like the past or like what your friend has or anything else. There's like something uniquely you coming in for your life destiny and journey that's going to fit a lot better than maybe some of the things you've seen in the world or as possibilities thus far. Like there's higher possibilities and new ways showing up, even for like success or maybe even making money or business or doing what you do. You know, there might be new ways for you showing up that are more you and lend themselves to success for you more than maybe what you've currently been doing or doing in the past or been trying to do. Okay, so with Warthog, you know, it actually, another thing I was getting with that is like actually charging ahead, interestingly enough. So I do feel like the path is coming together for you to be able to move ahead more quickly and charge ahead more thoroughly. So just be a little bit patient right now. If that's not right now, like it will happen. And that feels very light to me as I say that. So that feels very good. So a lot of light coming in too. That's cool. Okay, so no more, done. Hope that helped, resonated, do whatever was for your highest good. There are a lot of leaps of faith coming in now in the next couple of months. I feel like that came through in the channel newsletter I've been doing as well, like for the month ahead. But I think they actually mentioned it was like for the next few months ahead. I feel like it was also like came through this week, or maybe it's for next week, and I'm accidentally letting that slip ahead of time. But which I guess that goes out tomorrow, so you would have seen it like tomorrow morning, anyways, if you're signed up for the newsletter. But yeah, just like keep that in mind. Like there's like leaps of faith on the way, or you've already had them, and that's going to work out well, is what I'm getting as well. So just keep that all in mind. It could just be something new you're trying as well. And anything else before we close the collective reading here? I feel like they're done. There was like elephants and things showing up with like obstacle removal, but that could even just be for the next reading. And, you know, it could just, another message I'm hearing with that is obstacles are being removed, but be patient. So hope that helps, resonated, whatever's for your eyes good. We'll move to the fire signs in a second next, but that was just a collective for everybody. Very helpful. Perfect. Glad to hear it, Andy Pandy Pie. You're welcome. Dana, good to see you here. So we'll probably hang out for a second, but do be patient, do be struggling. Emma O says, do be struggling with patience and grounding sometimes. I hear you. You'll get better. Thanks, Data. Spot on. Thank you. Tony Sloan, what's up, Brand? Hey, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I don't know why I feel like called to say this, but you've been like popping up in my mind a little bit recently, Tony. So I hope you're doing well. Hope all is like working out well for you. Hey, Jessica Johnson. Yay. I think I love the idea of the cackle or the extra energy. Yeah, it could be a helpful sign or synchronicity or intuition or energy. Hey, extra small popsicle. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. All right, so normally I hang out for a bit longer in between readings, but they're saying to start the fire signs reading now, so I will oblige the infinitely intelligent spirit guides and source and stuff, because otherwise what am I doing? So if you have a fire sign, sun, moon, or rising, this is meant to be for you whenever you see it. Of course, whether now live or on YouTube, assuming TikTok doesn't have technical difficulties and I'm able to download and post the live on YouTube. But I'm going to channel my spirit guides, the angels and source for you, for your highest good. Your spirit guides may join in if it's for the highest good of both of our systems and of the vibration that's right for this reading. So, but it works either way. So, and trust me, it does, is what they're saying and being guided to say. So let's start your reading. And you know, of course, I don't know why, if I need to say all this, but I also work with my intuition with all of it as well for your and the highest good. let's begin. They're showing me a diving board and someone like springing off of it for starters. They're also showing me the album cover of, I think it's the rock band Chevelle's first album. I forget what it's called, but I think there's a diving board on the cover of that album. So let me see what's up with the diving board and the leap and the jump and all that here. So first message I'm getting with that is like you are being springboarded into a new reality that can be, we did talk about this, or similar message sort of, but maybe not really in the collective reading before this one. But it can be a little bit uncomfortable as you like shed things for the new reality, as you open up to it, as things change around you, especially if you're used to a specific routine or things being a certain way. But I'd definitely be open to it because like this higher reality is so much better and you're worthy of it, deserving of it. It's where you're supposed to go. You're not really meant to live in like a lower reality or like I don't know why I'm hearing it this way, but a hellish reality, like your whole world or life. Like you're not meant to stay there. Sometimes you're dipped into the fire like a crucible, I guess you could say, and you're morphed. Or if you think of it like a blacksmith, they're showing like Source or a representation of Source, like taking this steel that's been in the fire and like hammering it into shape, to be a sword or a hammer or whatever it's meant to be. I feel like that's kind of been what's been happening for you. Or maybe this is way in the past and you're trying to make sense of like some of the terrible things that have happened, I suppose you could say. And it's almost like it's been like shaping you and there's like a purpose to it. And it might suck sometimes. And maybe it's possible to go through some of these things without it sucking or without it being awful. But here's just what I'm hearing. So that's just, those are the channel messages coming through. These are the channel messages coming through. But I feel like you're kind of done with needing to be in that fire, or and maybe I'm not quite, you know what I'm saying, being in that crucible or however it works. It's like you either have been shaped or you're kind of done being shaped in this phase in a sense. So, and sure, there's more healing maybe to do. There's more evolving and growing you'll do in a different sense or in other ways and lighter and brighter ways probably. But the path is evolving where you don't need to be in that fire. So that's part of like what this higher reality is. And you're shedding a lot of things that have kept you in that metaphorical fire in this instance where you don't need it as much. So I actually feel like all this is really positive. You might not think that all the things that got you here to this time have been very positive, but I actually kind of feel like all that's about to change. Like things are about to turn on the dime for you in a really positive way if you keep going and don't give up right now. So, if you have any dreams in the back of that head of yours or that you're aspiring to, like I would keep heading. One second, I just had to pause for something. What's the message next? Keep aspiring towards your dreams, or if let them shift if they're shifting for you right now. It's okay to let go of old dreams and realize you want something different. Nothing wrong with that at all. It just means you've evolved. And sure, you can evolve and keep the same dreams too. Don't you don't have to take that the wrong way. But so okay, I feel like let's see where they'd like to go next for the reading. Fully for that's good. I actually feel like you do have new dreams coming online though soon, where you'll kind of get excited about either something new or something you haven't thought about in a long time that suddenly is possible for you to move towards. So something's kind of getting reactivated to move towards something you'd like, and I definitely would. It's just kind of the way is what I'm hearing for you, which is great. So anything else with they're showing me the diving board and the spring board again. So what's next with the diving board here? The other thing I'm getting to say for you is like not to limit yourself right now, because there's a lot that's possible for you that you don't even realize. So Source might be trying to set your sights higher right now and get you to let go of, maybe Source is trying to get you to let go of for some of you, certain old dreams you've been holding on to that like don't fit anymore. So you might think like, as an example, you're like, oh, I would like to be in a rock band, but maybe you wouldn't like all the people you'd be around if you were in a rock band, or maybe it's better for you to have a solo career or do a singer-songwriter thing, or maybe it's better for you to, become an artist, and paint, or maybe it's better for you to channel, I don't know. And maybe this old dream can circle back around in a new form or in a new, light or something like that, at the right time. But really what I'm hearing once again is it's time to shed and move into a new reality. So next thing they like to move into here is I feel like you're kind of growing a new skin in a weird way. And it looked a little bit, it wasn't bad. It looked a little bit like graphic the way they showed it to me. Because it was like someone that was just like, never mind. What's the best way to say this here? If you've been like shedding skin metaphorically, or because there's a lot of like about transformation with all this, like being in the fire, a new reality, shedding skin, regrowing new skin. Like I feel like you're getting your new skin and like your maybe even a new identity coming online, but it like fits you better. Because it's kind of like you've been wearing old clothes for a while, but now it's time to change that up and be the new you. And that's kind of what all this is about in a way. And that's what all this is pointing to and saying is like it's time for the new you. That's what you're evolving into, and that's what's transpiring over the next, even like the next month or so, could be longer for some of you, is like you wearing this new identity and birthing into it, which is a much more authentic version of you that aligns more with your destiny. And we talked about destiny in the collective reading, like, but we don't need to get into that right now. Next thing they'd like to get into here, they're showing someone else or someone like diving off of this diving board, but they kind of like, sorry, the visual they showed me was really funny. They kind of like, what's the best way to say this? Flop. Like they go to jump off the diving board and it like slips out from underneath them. And this guy was just in this like outstretched pose, just like completely like going end over end. Like have you ever seen like a cat kind of like jump and miss the fall and they just kind of stay outstretched and like fall and like flip over and stuff like that. And like what the message was originally was like, you don't have to save everyone. Just because you're going through your transformation doesn't mean you need to like send everyone else through theirs or try to rescue them from their fire prematurely or make everyone go the way you're going. It's like you're going in the way that's right for you, but it's like you trying to save everyone else might delay your transformation. Or if you're like, I don't know why I'm seeing you putting people on a pedestal, but you putting people on a pedestal, or you and like trying to save them from a lower version of themselves and being like, oh, this isn't you. Or I don't know, I'm hearing something like maybe it is, you know, or maybe that's something they need to work through and it's not your job to save them from that, or whatever this is. Like wherever this is resonating for you, it's kind of like, to reiterate again, your job's not to save everyone. Focus on you and transforming and getting to that higher place. Then you can maybe save some people if you're guided to and you're called to. But likely you'll be more called to just do your work and help people that way instead of thinking it's your job to save everyone. Because it's kind of a fast track to everybody drowning, is you like trying to jump into the water and save everyone else who's drowning all at once, and then getting dragged under by 100 people you're trying to save, you know, because you don't want to see them sink. And you know what? They'll be saved by the universe if it's right. Like, let them go. It's just not your job, you know. I know some people have that like Jesus complex where they think they have to suffer for everyone else to save them all, but it's just not a healthy way to go about things, regardless of what the Catholic Church said when you were 5, or if you grew up Catholic, or, you know, regardless of what was drilled into people's brains with religion, it doesn't mean it's the right way or the actual aligned way or the way that's for the highest good, you know. And yes, I know religion lied to us and now we can be mad and upset about it, but let's move on to the next thing they like to get to here. They're just showing me a lot of light, and there's this light shining on you. It's kind of like a spotlight, but it's like divine light in a way. And it's like you're being singled out, but it's for a mission that the universe would like you to undertake. And it's like a healing mission or something along those lines. Let me sit with this for a second, see what exactly they'd like to say for your highest good. Okay, there are, and this is a channel message that came through a couple months ago or something, but there are a lot of missions coming online for you at this time and other people as well. It doesn't just have to be for, one second. It doesn't just have to be for the fire signs, by the way, but this is specifically for you. It's kind of like your mission is coming online and it's time to like heed that. Like it's time and you're being moved towards that. And it's kind of like everything is prepared for you for this, are the words I'm hearing. That's the sentence I'm hearing. That's the sentence they're saying. Spirit guides, angel source. For anyone who just tuned in who was curious, I guess. But let's see. where else are we going with this? Okay, I already said it, but just know your mission is coming online. You're going to be moved towards that very rapidly. It's time. So that's actually really cool. And might be different than you suspected, but that's okay. Just know it's time. Okay, next thing they'd like to get to here, they're showing, what's this? Okay. Okay, you have a lot of creative energy right now, so use it. They were showing me this spiral, and the spiral in this instance was representing creativity and maybe creation as well. I'll tell you the other thing they showed me. It was like, I made the face because I'm like, this isn't normally what you guys show me. And I didn't really get very far into this show or very deep into this show, but some of you might relate to this and this is a sign for you in some way, or maybe you just saw this on a post and then you scrolled to this and you just stuck around. But they showed me, it's from the show Naruto, which was an anime, which again, didn't watch a ton of it, honestly, but there's this technique he has that's called the Rasengan, and it's like this spinning ball of energy. I'm getting exceptionally nerdy with y'all right now. And they showed me that with the spiral as well. So if that's a sign for you, you're welcome. There's your Naruto reference for the evening. And I think the only one I've ever made doing readings the past however many years I've been doing this, facilitating this. And let me see they just said you have a lot of creativity like right now and like use it, or you're going to be inspired to a lot of creativity. So I'd be doing creative things, whether it's drawing, writing, painting, making music, whatever it is. It's time to use it and like practice it and hone it in and get in the habit of working with it and using it. Maybe you do, maybe you don't create your masterpiece right now, but maybe this is the step of you getting in the flow with it and practicing with it and using it that leads you to it, as like a stepping stone. So maybe you start painting and you're like, oh yeah, I don't know, I drew this horse, but it looks like a dilapidated like 3-year-old made this. It's like, that's okay. Like keep drawing, keep painting, and the next one will be better and the next one will be better. And if you stick with it for a while, you can have a grand masterpiece and you're the best artist in the world, maybe. I don't know. It's kind of a tall thing. And I'm not saying that to get the artists in the chat to start fighting each other about who's going to be the best artist in the world or anything like that. I'm not trying to make an artist death match in the comments here, but or anything like that, of course. And that's a joke, okay. I'm really not. It's not a joke that I'm not trying to start artist death match. It's a joke that the whole thing's a joke that I would, not the whole thing entirely, but regarding the artists fighting each other, just don't do that. Okay, you get it, you understood. I didn't need to explain all that. But the point is like get in the flow with your creativity. Like it's time to use it. I'm hearing like use it, don't lose it. I don't like making that agreement sometimes regarding creativity. I've heard different things from different people. There are definitely people who can just like step away from their creative art for like years and come back and it's like they never left. But some people are different with that. I remember listening to one guitarist or reading an interview with, I forget his name. He's a pretty well-known guitarist. I forget his last name, but Joe, I think it's Satriani. And I might have just butchered that, but he did this album called Surfing with the Alien. I don't know if you know him or not, but he talked about like for him, he's got to stay on the ball with his creativity and like writing music, and that really helps him. But so right now I would stay in the ball as a recommendation for you. Wow, I went into that whole spiel and I didn't need to, did I? But let's move on to the next part of this reading for you guys. What's the next message for you guys here? There's this dragon showing up and there's a lot of magic. I'm getting the words mystical. There's all this sparkling like magic energy and aura around this dragon, and sparkles flowing behind it as it flies through the sky. And there's this wizard on a tower. I just did a reading with it's not the same visual. It was like a similar visual though. There's all this kind of like medieval, but maybe more along the lines of D&D kind of thing. And, what I'm hearing first and foremost is like magic is coming your way. I feel like you're evolving into magic and becoming as magical as you can be, or more magical at least. Not to limit it. But I just feel like it's time for magic for you. And if you've been looking at other people who you consider magical and you've been like, oh, I wish I was magical, I feel like now is your time. And, this might even intersect a little bit with the creativity message where magic might be flowing through your creativity, or it's a way to your magic, or maybe even to improve your magic or get in flow with that. So anything that feels magical to you, whether that's intuition, whether that's getting involved with spirituality and channeling and seeing all the synchronicity around you and acknowledging all that, like I'd really own that and move that direction and incorporate that into your daily life and world. And that's going to be very powerful for you is what I'm getting. It's just time to be magical, own your intuition and magic even, for those of you working with that. Next is showing me a banana and they're just saying you're not crazy. Sure, maybe some of you are listening to this and you're like, I don't know, I've got medication. I don't know about that, but it's not about that. Let me sit with this for a second here and see what the message is for you. Some of you like believe certain things that maybe other people would think are crazy, but they're not crazy. It's like, it's right for you to believe that right now. Like maybe it's like something about aliens or higher dimensional beings. I just had like a conversation with someone else about this the other day. It's like, okay, if people don't believe you, it might be the right step for you right now and an important part or phase of your journey. And I'm not saying those things like don't exist, by the way. That's a whole other discussion, and I'd rather focus on what would be good for me to bring through for you right now than open up a whole can of worms with everyone going on about aliens in the comments. But maybe that'll just happen anyways, and that's fine too. But I just don't feel like you are crazy regarding this thing that you believe in. That's like a very natural like next step for you in your belief system and what's right for you with spirituality right now. And I'm not saying to go out there and like believe in all these conspiracy theories and think the cell towers are trying to control your mind. They're not. That's what I'm getting to say. Let's squash that one. I guess I'm getting into this conversation now, but because they're telling me to get into it. I remember seeing this post. What would be fast for me to say here? Like there were all these people like freaking out about cell towers and like all this stuff and like conspiracy theories, or like trying to really rationalize like very extreme conspiracy theories like with spirituality and like trying to say they're the same thing. What I get is they're not really. They're kind of two separate things that maybe just some people are into both of those things and they kind of intersect them a bit more than they should. Because if you really get your intuition honed in and channeling it, like most conspiracy theories just aren't true. Like maybe there's a kernel of truth, maybe there's some truth in it, but it's like just like most of the crazy ones, like definitely not true. And you can really get into a lot of trouble in some ways if you get into that and then think it's all true and buy it all up, and then like you're wondering why you're like afraid all the time of like the world and spirituality and the government and all that stuff. So there's kind of a healthy balance or medium you can take where you're not just buying everything, and like maybe you find it interesting and that's fine too, but it's not necessarily a healthy way to go about things, either thinking everything's out to get you all the time with all this, or someone's always running the show behind the curtains in like a negative way with every single thing, or I'm just hearing there's better ways to go about things. I don't know why I'm on this right now, but they wanted me to talk about it. But the other thing though is, what's the highest message thing for me to say for you guys next here? That'd be for that's good. And if you want to flirt with it, like do your thing. I'm not trying to control you or anything with any of this, but try not to think that you are crazy just because other people might think that you are crazy for certain beliefs or things, even if it's spiritually. And it is kind of interesting for me to talk about. And I'll say this, it's not the main message they're trying to get to. They're like, say it, but it's not the main message. Is like when you really get it honed in with channeling, intuition, and accurate, you're accurate with the information you're getting. There are a lot of things that are true that are probably out there for most or a lot of people. However, there are a lot of things that are very out there that just aren't true at the same time. And even with people who are talking about spirituality and things that are spiritual. And the trick sometimes, like, well, what's the best thing to say here? I could see how maybe to some people it could just all seem like it's out there, like especially like I don't know, like a lay person, I guess you could say. Like it might just all seem out there, so it might be like, well, is it all of it true? Is none of it true? To a certain degree. But the most important thing I could say about all that is like really hone your intuition and get your knowing going, and like whether it's channeling or however it works for you, that's going to be your best bet with navigating all that. But really to kind of bring it home, I guess, like believe what you're going to believe right now. Let it evolve. You're going to be just fine, my people here. You're not like crazy regarding all this stuff. Okay, that's the message they're saying. Let's move on. So next thing they're showing me is this weight. Like it literally looks like a cartoon, or hopefully I didn't piss anyone off. You know what? I think it's okay if I pissed anyone off, because that's a lot of that was what I was getting to say. And that's what feels true. A lot of that's what feels true to me. And I did my best to word it. So it's okay if you're mad. It's fine. I'm not going to edit myself because you're mad if anyone's mad. Because that's not healthy for me and what I'm here to speak to. So next thing, they're showing me this weight. It looks like a cartoon, like Looney Tunes kind of like weight, where you'd see like Acme on it, or like all the kilograms on it. And let me see what the message is with all that. Okay, if you feel weighed down by life at all, and on a different message, I feel like that's about to end soon. I feel like a lot of weight is lifting. Even like, speaking of the belief system, like in your belief system, if there's been like things weighing you down, or like stories you've had, maybe from your parents or from religion or whatever, that have been weighing you down, like you're shedding a lot of that. Part of moving into that higher reality message from earlier. So I feel like you're going to be shedding more of that more quickly, and things are going to be a lot lighter for you regarding all that, especially like mindsets, emotions, or maybe even heavy experiences. It's just like time for that to lift. You're heading into new energies, and we all are. One of the things that came through, I know I'm referencing this a lot today, but there's a free newsletter I do a lot of channel messages for. And one of the things that came through for this month is that we're moving into 2024 energies, like, especially like you'll feel it strongly at the end of the month is what came through. I think there was another person who did an energy update with like a very similar message, but I don't go off of other people's energy updates, and I don't look at any of that. And I think mine came out before theirs. So I don't think they looked at mine either, by the way. But because I think Lee Harris actually, someone said something like really similar. And but that's what I was getting for this month. And that could be part of you moving into these new energies and things lightening up as well. And it's kind of like a shift of what we're going through, what we need. And I guess I'm getting to tell you guys right now anyways, but one of the things that came through in that as well is like 2024 is going to be a really big, for the highest good, like gateway year and like energy into like higher light and lighter experiences. You could say enlightenment as well is coming through as a word in addition to that, separate, but in addition to that message. So there's just a lot of lighter experiences coming, like throughout the next year and beyond, and a lot of lightening of the load, especially even like for empaths, people who are psychic, people who do channeling work is something I'm getting as well. Or maybe even people who are used to heavy experiences in that world, like that's really going to shift, or there's really the opportunity for them to move out of that very strongly, and the repeated opportunity over time, over the next few years and beyond, because you're just not supposed to stay on that energy. So things are really going to be lightening up. And 2024 is a big, what they call it was a gateway year for that, with moving into lighter energies and experiences in general. It's just going to keep happening. And again, you might be looking at the world and you're like, what do you mean? There's like war and stuff. And well, look at your personal experience. And maybe that's a symptom of more light hitting the planet and things being shed and lifting, you know? And it's like working out of the system and collapsing and releasing, or it's darkness leaving, whatever you want to look at it as. It doesn't mean everything's doomed because like one bad thing is happening on the planet somewhere on the earth. And it doesn't mean there isn't more light coming in general or elsewhere. it could be a symptom of release, if is one thing I'm getting with all that. And I think there's more to that story as well, but I don't feel like that's supposed to be what I'm meant to focus on right now for this reading. So let's rein it back into where would be best for us to go here. But realize that's coming, and I was getting that message specifically for you guys too, with things like kind of like lightening up and less weight there for you. Again, focusing on mindset, I feel like your mindset is shifting more towards like success, abundance, or at least things you'd like to see. And it's actually more like evolutionary. It's actually kind of next level, at least for you, but could be for the world as well, depending on where you're at. And it's going to be moving you forward and getting great results. So if you've been working on your mindset, keep working on that. It's really shifting things, and it's going to pay dividends, perhaps literally, for you, which is absolutely fantastic. They're kind of done with this reading, but there's one more message. They're showing me another good friend for these readings, Tiger and Tiger Spirit Animal. He's been showing up a lot recently. And what's up with Tiger here? I do feel like your power is coming online. They're showing it in like the cycle. They're almost showing it like a washing machine cycle for some reason. They're showing this like washing machine as well. And maybe you've kind of felt like you've been like power on, power off, power on, power, like you have moments of empowerment, and then you're kind of like woof, and you feel disempowered, and someone says something, and then you feel empowered and you're feeling great one day, and then you're woof, and you're kind of feeling disempowered. I feel like Spirit's fixing the wiring regarding this metaphorical, maybe you have a literal washing machine that needs fixing, but this metaphorical washing machine, like cycle of like up, down with your power, and making it more on, because you need to be in your power with your purpose and with any missions you got going on and what you're supposed to be doing this lifetime. So really time for your power to come online. That could be part of things lightening up in your mindset as well. It could all be interlinked a little bit, but it could also be, maybe a bit separate as well with these messages, depending on where you're at with all that. And I guess the main message is your power is coming online. That's what this tiger is telling me, and this intuitive visual. And your wiring is being fixed so that it's one second here. Yeah, I feel like that stuff is being fixed, so you can do that. So they're kind of done, but the last visual they're showing me, sometimes there's like last second messages, and sometimes it's a lot that shows up at the end, but there's this camel showing up as well. And this camel is looking at me in this intuitive visual for you. It's like a spirit animal, or it's spirits in the guise of this camel, but the camel is saying, spirit is saying, camel and spirit animal is saying, like a lot of your journeys, not like a lot of your journeys overall in life are done, but a lot of like phases are done. A lot of like journeys in that way, or cycle, maybe not cycles, that's not the right word, but journeys are like ending. And you're in this new phase, and like you don't really realize it yet. It's kind of like if you fell asleep in the car while your parents were driving, and like you kind of get to the destination, but maybe you looked really cute while you were sleeping, so they just left you asleep in the car, and you kind of like wake up and you're like, wait, we are in a different location. We are on vacation. We're here. Like, I don't remember this happening. I fell asleep for the 20-hour drive or whatever. I don't know, maybe your dad drinks Red Bulls and just guns it through 20 hours of driving. Or I don't know. I don't know why I'm getting into that detail. It doesn't matter. Your parents switched off driving. I don't know. Took naps in the car while the other drove. But you might feel a bit like that either now or like soon, where you kind of wake up in this new phase or like cycle, or like a lot of things kind of fell away. You're like, wait a second. Hey, I thought all these terrible things were happening. Why am I in joy? Or like, why is all this different right now? Maybe you're actually kind of upset because that was part of your story in some way, or you don't like all of it, but it's actually like the best direction. So stick with it, and it gets really good is what I'd say. Cause it's like vacation. So this kid starts to have fun like right away. If they're just kind of like, okay, and they roll with it, and aren't like upset because they, I don't know, missed their favorite monuments on the drive, or I don't know. Sometimes there's like dinosaur, like some stores have like giant dinosaurs or statues on the side of the road, and kids are like, oh, we're gonna drive by the dinosaur, and then yeah, you get it. But I feel like it's all fine. So a lot is ending or has ended. I do feel like things are gonna get better regarding all that. Just be a little bit patient, with all that. Anything else? Yeah, the new journey begins, is what the camel said after all that. So you're on the new journey either now or soon. And don't beat up on yourself if it's not exactly what you want. It'll get good is what I'm getting. Anything else? And rewards are coming in. sometimes they like to show like a candy at the end of the reading, and they're showing another Jolly Rancher and saying rewards are coming in. So, and things are kind of becoming unwrapped or unraveled to bring you to that. So if the journey changes, it's for good. It's for the highest good. So hope that helped. Oh my gosh, are we done or not? What's next? Because a zebra spirit animal showed up. And usually that's about uniqueness. Anything for the fire signs with zebra before we part ways with this reading? Just know you're unique, okay? You are unique. So hope that helps, resonated, whatever's for us good. We're going to move to the earth signs next. I'm going to hang out with y'all for a second before we do that. You're welcome, McGinty. We love all the animals. Me too. You're welcome, Susan. Tiger burning bread. Heck yeah. So weird I microslept through all of that, or half of that. That's funny. Interesting. I have not done air yet, Queen of Swords. We're going to do earth and then air and then water and then probably full channel mode message, and then we'll see from there. Hey, that works, Jessica. I really like the part where you self-corrected and let someone be triggered if they wanted to be. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I like that part too. I feel like it's a step away from, I don't know if I am too people pleasing overly much anymore. Definitely not as much as I used to be, like as a kid or anything like that. But I feel like I was in my 20s, at least early 20s. So definitely I feel like it was good to not people please. I love your process. Every time you say shouldn't say something, I'm glad you did. Oh, thank you. Thanks for that confirmation then. My wrist is sore from all the epic scribbling. Aw, that's awesome. Good to see you, by the way. I hope you are doing great. Abundance, love, joy. By the way, I wanted to say I really appreciate any of the moderators who are here today, if any, for keeping the chat running smooth and getting rid of bots or other people, other surly individuals who are, and all that. So if any mods are here, thank you. I realized I didn't shout you out last week. I was like, oh no. I wasn't exactly like that. I just realized I didn't. I was like, okay, I'll do that next time. But, oh, that's awesome, Lemon Andy. Oh, that's awesome. But yeah, thanks to the moderators who are helping out, and thanks to anyone in chat who is any of you in chat who are helping keep things smooth as well, or letting people know what's going on. I really appreciate that. Because it really does help it run smoothly when I'm focused on channeling and bringing through channels and intuitive messages and being intuitive. And, and sometimes if I ended up, sometimes it's fine, but sometimes if I end up reading chat while I'm doing the readings, it isn't the right vibe. Not that I want to create any more of that. So, yeah, sounds like a good wish, Lucky. Oh, thank you, Catherine. I really appreciate that. Hey, Brett. Oh, thank you, Callie. That means a lot. So we are going to be doing Earth next in just a second. They're like, just a second, we're rearranging some things. So I don't know if I was supposed to say that. Sorry, guys. But Scorpio season is Scorpioing. It's my Scorpio. It's not my Scorpio noise. I take it back. Yeah, I actually feel like it's a good season for me so far, at least. So, I'm feeling pretty good today. Okay, I need to start Earth, so they are ready. So I hope you are ready for this. If you have an Earth sign, Sun, Moon, or Rising, this is meant to be for you whenever you see it live now or in the future on YouTube if this gets reposted, assuming there won't be any technical difficulties on TikTok's parts. And I guess if there were, you wouldn't see this anyways, so why am I saying that? But I guess it's for anyone else who's tuning in. But I'm going to channel my spirit guides, angels, and source and bring through any information and messages that would be for your highest good right now, what you need to hear, what would help you for the highest good. So see what my intuition says for your highest good as well. So let's start the reading and see what comes through. They're showing me an explosion right away. They're telling me to tell you this as well. It popped in. They showed me like this. We're being extra nerdy today, guys, but they showed me and some of you were like, this ain't even a breath of nerdiness. You merely adopted the nerd. So I was going to make like a Bane and Batman reference or something like that. But they showed me a Pokemon move called Earth Power, which is funny. But there's this explosion. There was Earth Power happening. There was all this stuff happening. I feel like you're exploding forward or will soon, or you have, even if it's just, again, like mindset wise or an expansion to your mind and mental realms. And it could be channeling wise as well or intuition based. Could be spiritually, but that wasn't like the main thing they were moving towards. So I feel like you're going to be exploding forward on your path like soon. It could be right now. Some of you might want to give that a couple weeks, honestly. November, what's the best way to say this? Because I know it's timeless, but at the time you're seeing this, you might end up like resting right now or being guided to rest a lot or like integrate. There's like a lot of rest going along like in between actions. So make sure you're taking care of yourself. But you are going to be rocketing forward soon. Like there's a big change up ahead in your work is what I'm getting. And for some of you, it could just be more mindset stuff or like maybe mindset regarding work. But for most of you, it's actually external and it's actually going to bring a lot of joy and abundance, maybe even triumph. They're showing me a motorcycle. It was like the Triumph brand, like Triumph Trident or something like that. And I don't know if that's a sign for you in any way, but there's going to be like triumph for you, which is great. And I feel like you're going to be winning regarding this. Even if you don't win right away, like that's in the cards in the future regarding this explosion forward. So this is actually going to be great as well. Regarding Earth Power, going back to Earth Power, what else is up with Earth Power here? If there are any explosions around you, it's actually for your highest good. So if someone blows up at you, or hopefully you're not blowing up at someone else, or maybe you feel like you more in like an anger way, like blow a gasket. So please don't literally blow a gasket or anything like that, or anything painful or harmful to you. Try to avoid that. Stay free of that, whatever the right wording is, or the best wording. And I just feel like things are blowing up in the right directions in a weird way. So maybe you have an idea and it blows up, or hopefully you're not trying to do anything sneaky, but maybe you try to do something sneaky and it blows up, and like spirit's trying to hold you accountable. That's just gonna be for some of you, like 2 of you or 2%. It's not the majority. Or ideas that other people are having are blowing up like in their faces, and that's okay. But something about like explosions, things blowing up, it's like actually moving things in the right direction. So be grateful things are moving in the right direction. Even if you don't like everything that's happening, like you will in hindsight is what I'm getting. And sometimes a blow up keeps us from the exact wrong path. Like maybe you're trying to date someone and then they like fly off the handle and like blow up on you and like you didn't really do anything. It's like that is on them usually. And that also could just be like, don't date that person. That's like, there's someone better. Like there's a reason that's happening, And I was about to say something, so let me see what's for that. It's good for me to stay here. Sometimes being accountable is a great move, as long as you're not doing it to the point where you're self-denigrating, or this is gonna sound weird, but taking ownership over things you shouldn't. Like be a bit realistic with it, maybe from all sides. I feel like it's good to be healthy and balanced with it. Because there's a whole thing they want me to tell you. So I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to do my best to tell it to you fluidly here. There was a concept I heard from someone recently, and they were kind of talking about, because like a lot of, what's the best way to say this, guys? Help me out. I don't know. What's the best way to say this? something I just kind of heard was like, a lot of people do say things like, if something doesn't work out, it just wasn't meant to be, or just something doesn't work out, it wasn't meant to be. And a lot of the times that's true. And for you, that's going to be true is what I'm getting. But what about the people who like have no accountability? They don't work on themselves. They like really sabotage themselves or their life. They make really bad choices. It's like, that, yeah, maybe it wasn't meant to be, but maybe there was something that could have been a really great relationship that like you just, if you weren't in the place for it, you weren't in the place for it, but you kind of blew it up and messed up, So there's kind of a balance to all this. I don't feel like you need to worry about all that, honestly. I'm just saying this because maybe some people do need to be a bit more accountable with their actions and the way they're approaching things. But at the same time, usually it isn't meant to happen if it doesn't happen. You know what I'm saying? And where were we going with all this? What's the highest and best thing for me to say next here, guys? Help me out. So really where they'd like to go next, though, is, have a certain amount of accountability, but don't try to cling to it so much that like you're beating up on yourself because every little thing is your fault. Like try to have a healthy balance with all of it and follow your intuition with it, because that is going to be probably one of your best barometers with your guides saying things to help you navigate that and see what's actually going on with each situation instead of assuming one thing or the other. And that's just a hint for some of you, I guess, is something they're saying. Okay, I guess I'd like to move on to the next thing here. So the next thing, hopefully I got through all that message before I'm moving on. And if not, hopefully they'll circle back to it. And next thing they're moving to here is like this elephant. This elephant is like in the shape of an apple. And it's like an apple with like an elephant face. And it's like gray. What's the message with this elephant apple thing here? You guys are being transformed into someone who can overcome obstacles with ease, kind of like a monster truck, like if you had like a car and there was like this concrete barrier, like the ones you usually see on the highway or maybe in construction zones. It's like, yeah, the car might have to find a different way to go or a different road entirely. But if you had like a monster truck, you can just kind of like vroom over it. So you're really being transformed into this person that can really overcome those obstacles with ease and not be stopped by every little thing that comes your way, and really just kind of run it over and keep going in a way that's for the highest good, of course, in your life and in general. And I feel like that's going to help you because there will be obstacles, is what I'm hearing. Like there will be things that come up, and the more easily you can traverse those, the more your life is going to go, the more easily you can traverse life. What I heard was like the more easy your life is going to go, and that seems grammatically weird to me, but whatever, you get it. So that's actually like a very positive transformation, and you're either almost there, maybe some of you are already there, like you're almost there, or you're about to be there. So right now, I wouldn't look at obstacles and shy away from them and be like, oh no. I'd be like, okay, how can I overcome this? Or is there a way for me to overcome this with ease? Or like, why is this here? And getting that intuitive message on like, why is this here? Depending on where you're at with all that could be very helpful as well, because you might get like, oh, it's, what's the best example here? You might get like, oh, if you try to go around it, like it crumbles with ease. Or you might get like, oh, it's like redirection. You need to go a different way. And then you're like, okay. And then you're not just like constantly fighting with the obstacles, you're able to kind of traverse it more gracefully. And you will have more grace is something I'm hearing as well. So that's cool. So I like that for you. I think that's going to be a big boon. And sometimes as you get to a certain phase, people might try to throw obstacles in your way because they're jealous or they're just being weird. And if it doesn't phase you at all in a way that's for the highest good, then awesome. You're just going to roll right past and on to better. And you don't have to get mad about it because you're not even phased by it, in a way that's for the highest good. So next thing, Tiger is showing up for you guys as well. Okay, Big Cat Council is back. So for any of you who have seen those readings, there was like this 2 different readings where this Big Cat Council showed up as like the main focus. And like I get all these messages like this, one of the cats would look up and look at me and give me the message. So show me a tiger spirit animal. And then there's like panther. Why is there's a barracuda here too? I don't know. Maybe it's like a predator animal convention, spirit animal convention, but not like predatory in like the weird way. That's weird, but like in a just natural animal kingdom way. So let me sit with this, see where all this is going here. Okay, this is actually kind of funny the way they're showing this to me. In a way, there's the Big Cat Council, but they have this like booth at this like spirit animal convention that's going on here. And they have like it looks like a Charlie Brown like kissing booth kind of sign. It's just like consult the Big Cat Council, like 5 cents or something like that. So let me sit with what they're going through here. And they're actually telling me to put this nickel in the jar, so I am doing that in the visual. 1 second. Okay, so the first thing they're showing me is they all kind of come out from behind this booth and the image kind of transforms and morphs, and they have these like ropes around them in a way, and they're pulling this sleigh, kind of like Santa's sleigh, and then Santa's in this visual as well with his bell. Or they're also showing me the people who stand outside stores for charity and ring the bell, and they dress as Santa to get donations, but whatever. Maybe that's not whatever. It might be a sign or something like that. But anyway, coming back to the visual, they were like towing the sleigh with you in it. And the message they told me while they were pulling the sleigh was like, you need to ask for more help, or you need to ask for help more. Because things can really transpire with more ease for you, and they're supposed to, but they're recommending, what I'm hearing right now is like you have to ask the universe. They're like recommending you ask the universe. So like every day I'd be like asking your spirit guides for help, for guidance, for things to go smoothly. I would be asking for obstacle removal. Maybe you even want to ask for the Big Cat spirit animals to show up and help you, the Big Cat Spirit Animal Council. Because there's a lot of help available, both in the physical, in all the realms, for the highest good, that are for the highest good for you to receive help in, whatever that is, whatever that means. That's just what I heard and saw, however I get messages. Don't want to limit it. Maybe I can't limit it. How about that? But if you're asking for help, you're going to receive a lot of help, and there's a lot that wants to help you for your highest good. You just need to ask. Now, I have this whole spiel that's kind of different that they're telling me to get into as well, where there have been a lot of times where I've received a lot of help from the universe, divine protection or guidance, what have you, of course, without me having to ask, especially like, well, all of it, but the divine guidance, like they just tell me things all the time, as I'm going about my day or whatever. So I don't know if you want to call it a theory or a thing, is like, maybe in a lot of instances that can be automatic. We don't have to ask, and there's a higher way or a different way that can work. However, what I'm being told for you is right now, I would be asking anyways and putting that out there to the universe and receiving the help, whether that shows up in in physical form or energetic form, or just you're getting a lot of ideas from divine inspiration or a lot of guidance, or things just work out for you because the angels help you out, whatever that looks like. I just kind of feel like you need help. And I'm not saying that in a condescending way. But sometimes, we're just in that phase where a little bit of help goes a long way. So really ask for it. And maybe that could be a physical thing for some of you. Like, you need to ask a family member for help with financials, and you're not doing it because you feel weird, but you really need to. And that could be the way the universe is helping you, is like, hey, ask your family, ask this person. Like, it's okay. Like, we're guiding you to do it. Or maybe you ask for help from them and this person reaches out and you're like, oh, dang it. Got to deal with this. But that's okay. Like that's kind of overcoming your pride or whatever you're going through with that. And I don't feel like this person, if someone's going to be a person, I don't feel like they're going to hurt you regarding it. If they do, then maybe consider moving on afterwards or putting some boundaries up, after the whole situation, maybe during too, but just so you're more prepared going forward. But kind of getting into the woods a little bit with that message, kind of rein it back in. I didn't need to say that, sorry. Let's move on to the next thing they'd like to say. So fully for that's good here. Next thing the Big Cat Council is saying here for you guys, I guess I have to put in another nickel in, so bear with me. It's visual here. So interesting message, and bear with me on this for a second. The next thing they're saying is you guys have some soft spots, maybe for certain people that actually need to harden. Because there might be people who habitually take advantage of that a little bit, even if you don't realize it at the time or you don't think they do, like they kind of do. And it doesn't mean you need to become calloused to the world and become a hard, like those, what's the best example here? Main characters in some certain shows, and they're just like this hardened, quote unquote badass, but it's actually kind of a trope and ridiculous if you really think about it, and it's maybe not even a healthy way to move about in the world. Specifically, like in like anime characters, there's it just kind of becomes a joke after a while, and has if you in certain instances, but they've literally made whole shows as like a joke to that trope. And anyways, what they're really getting to with this is it's okay to be a little bit hard towards certain people or situations, not like too hard, but just the right amount where you're not letting people get away with things they shouldn't be able to. And it's like okay to have that, is what they're saying as well. Like it's okay not to be soft to everyone and a pushover. Some people will take advantage of that if given the opportunity. And that might just be their habit or their pattern. It's not even, some people, it might be a conscious thing they do. Some people, they're just like, okay, I get away with this now. I'm going to do it. And you kind of have to coach them on how they treat you by being a little bit harder towards them than maybe otherwise your pattern would allow or say you should, or whatever. So don't be soft to everyone. It's okay to have boundaries and be hard towards the people who would treat you badly if you gave them the chance, whether this is a friend, a romance, an ex that keeps trying to reach out, lover, whatever it is. Just keep that in mind right now. If you're intuitively getting any messages or you're noticing people take advantage of you a little bit after this message, it's okay to get a little bit callous towards them, but not in a way that's like unhealthy to you or your spirits or emotional world or any of that. Because it's not like being wounded towards them. It's being smart, and acting with wisdom. So that's really what they kind of mean with that. Okay, so one more. This one's a freebie. I don't have to give them the nickel for this one, I guess. So they're kind of huddling me into this big cat huddle. What's the message here? Okay, we're moving back to elephant spirit animal because they're like elephant spirit animal would like to speak. So we're kind of moving out of the huddle, leaving the convention, going across the road. There's like an elephant spirit animal thing going on here. And I don't know why they're showing these visuals. Like this visual looks almost like South Park a little bit, but this elephant is at like a lemonade stand. And he also has like an advice for 5 cents like jar or something like that. There's like a family of elephants. He's kind of like just out in his yard. And it really links in with Ganesha. Ganesha, which is the Hindu deity of obstacle removal, is there as well. He's actually sitting behind this stall with the elephants. Let me see what the message is for you guys with this. You guys are getting a whole journey today. It's actually almost kind of shamanic in a way, which is interesting, but is what I'm hearing to say. Let me sit with this a second longer here. Okay, so it kind of switched, and these like elephants are playing like chess with each other. And they're kind of bored, and they're kind of waiting for something to happen. So what is the message? Let me sit with it a second longer. It's weird because there's this message about how you're about to win something, but it's like you don't even care. Like maybe you've kind of moved on from this thing, or maybe it was something you were really attached to for a time, and you really wanted to have this thing, and then maybe you forgot about it for like 6 years or a few years or however long 6 months. I guess it doesn't matter. And I feel like this thing is about to come back around, and like you win at this thing that you really don't even care about anymore, but it's actually a really good thing, so I would receive it anyways if it makes sense for your situation and is for the highest good the way this plays out in your physical reality or, for you. So it's like weird. It's like you're about to be winning at things you don't care about, and it could be like people texting you that you wanted to text you for forever, and then you moved on and forgot about it, or just plain old forgot about it. Or maybe you really wanted this thing to happen a long time ago and it never did, and now it's happening all of a sudden, and it kind of surprises you actually. Like comes out of nowhere Because it's like this elephant wins this chess match and he kind of like doesn't even realize he's won, and the other elephant's like, what are you doing, you won. He's like, oh my gosh, like he's kind of surprised, and maybe he always feels like he loses in chess, but he's finally winning now, or gets to win, and then he's kind of better forever on afterwards. But so kind of an interesting message, but let's see what else is the message here for you here. And obstacle removal is kind of the inherent message as well, but you're also going to be winning more, which is really cool. So it's like obstacle removal regarding wins as well. And I'm also hearing like you're not going to be bored any longer in a positive way. So there might be either certain exciting things coming in that keep you from being bored, or you finally have the right pieces in place where if you've been bored with life, you're enjoying your life instead of bored with it, which is really cool as well. Okay, so they're kind of done with all that, switching gears, and they're showing me, one second, a portal, and they're giving me this message about how everyone is stepping through into this different dimension right now, and everyone's really taking these leaps energetically, physically. Things are changing really rapidly, and it's like speeding up more. So I feel like you could say like every year has been about this maybe, but this next year is going to be about change for you in big ways, like huge ways, like bigger than before. So I feel like it's almost like they keep upping the ante. So it's like the ante is being upped, almost even like maybe even regarding what changes for you, if that makes sense as a sentence too. So there is like, you might have already felt like you've gone through some of this, but huge transformation on the way and like major leaps, and it's like bigger than before. So I am getting the word congratulations as well. Like it's very positive. I again don't feel like you expect this. I feel like you feel like you're done transforming or you've done all you can do, but there's way more and Spirit's about to show you. So don't get complacent right now. There's not to take away from where you are now or how far you've come at all. You're going to be at least as good as ever, I guess. But there's going to be more for you in some area, and it's going to be really good. So just go along with that journey, when it shows up. And sudden changes are the name of the game for this next year or so, is what I'm getting. Partially because of that destiny message, which came through for the fire signs reading, which is a whole other story, which is kind of about what that was about. Was like there's a lot of destined events and things happening. Or was that the collective reading? I think that was a collective reading. But a lot of destined events happening that are just like, no matter what, they're going to happen, over the next couple of years here, but especially like the next year, just to moving in the right directions and all that. So kind of like that is what I'd say. So they're actually done with that reading, interestingly enough. I feel like they're done. So there is a dragon showing up like Eastern style, similar to what the fire signs, was that the fire signs that showed up? Like a lot of magic is on the way. You are magical, time to own it. Be as magical as you can be. Don't tone yourself down for anyone. I feel like I talk about that a good amount. And I feel like that's going to change your world as well if you own your magic and allow that to be a constant, and it can be. So hope that helped, resonated, whatever is for you guys good. I feel like dragon spirit animal or dragon spirit guides are going to be helping you with that as well. So dragon could also be a sign more magic's on the way. And they want me to get into this conversation. I know the reading's like kind of over, so hope that helped, resonated, whatever is for you guys good. But there's this conversation I had with the dragons the other day. I think it was this week or last week. I can't remember. But I remember I was like not revisiting, but I remembered this information from earlier on in my journey. So like 5 or 6 years ago, where people would be like, oh, the dragons are from the 4th dimension and they reside here and this specific, sorry, that was a weird sound effect without the words to follow it. But very constricted way of viewing things. So I was talking to a dragon spirit guide or spirit animal, like, is that really like where you're from? And they're like, no. And they showed this visual of this like golden dragon coming down like from source. He's like, we're directly from source. Like we're like spirit guides, like we come from source, not from like just the 4th dimension or whatever thing people have said. So I don't know why I'm talking about that now with you, but I thought that was interesting information. So I'm sharing it with you now as well. And they told me to tell you that at the end of the reading with that dragon. So there you go. Just another way of looking at things, I suppose. And I know that conflicts maybe with some information out there, but I don't care. I go with my intuition and channel guidance because that's been accurate for me as opposed to things other people have said. So, at least usually or all the time. I needed to hear that. There you go, Britt. Cool. You're welcome, Moon. You're welcome, Wednesday's woman. Thanks, painted peanut. Thanks, Cindy. I really appreciate that. You're welcome, the authentic mystic. And it's okay. It happens to all of us, or at least most of us, quite a bit of the time. And it really can solve things that can be resolved easily by source that we forget to ask for help regarding. How can, so cool party ghoul Lily is asking, how can we know if we have a dragon guide? Well, one thing I'm hearing for you is you're going to see a lot of dragons around you as a sign or synchronicity to confirm that for you. If you have one, for those of you wondering, because I don't know if I have a one size fits all. Well, I guess that kind of is. But honestly, like if you work with your intuition or channeling, all right, there's a number of different ways you could do this. But if you already channel, you could just talk to your spirit guides about it or source about it, or just talk to the dragon spirit animal about it, or however you conceptualize it, and just ask them like, hey, do I have a dragon guide? Or hey, can I talk to the dragons right now? Because you can kind of channel, well, for me, at least as long as it's for the highest good, anything. Like I could just go up to, I could just ask the Pleiadians something right now and they give me an answer, much like me channeling my spirit guides, the angels or source, kind of the same thing. And my intention is it's always highest consciousness. I've never received conflicting information from two different beings, if you will, I've channeled. Because to me, at the end of the day, it's all source. Sort of. It's very, 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 I've really struggled thus far with bringing through a way to explain it in words that make sense and I feel satisfied with. But, and I'm okay with that sometimes, as long as it's working for me. I can just kind of have the knowing of it and work with that instead of needing to have it in words. Because sometimes words just don't always encapsulate it, or they don't always really adequately explain it, compared to if you just go with the knowing. But you could just ask your guides, ask if there's a dragon spirit guide. If you talk to them, but you probably already knew how to do that and didn't need me to tell you that at that point anyways. So beyond all that here, I'd look for signs of dragons following this conversation. I guess if like you booked either a reading or like a healing session with a good healer who worked with their intuition, they could tell you that in the reading or session, or would, because they might be like, oh, it's so interesting. You have this dragon guide showing up and da, 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 da. So there's ways like that it can show up as well if you're like newer to the work and you're not in the place, depending on where you're at with your intuition currently. So I guess those would be the main ways that are coming to me while we're having this conversation. There might be more, but a lot of this you kind of have to do intuitively in some way, but hopefully that answers that for you. Moon. So I tend not to do a lot of like the one-on-one reading things, just because the second I answer one person's question, then I'm going to get like a swarm of questions, and I'm okay with setting the boundary, but I'm just letting you know, like, it's not personal if I don't like answer like a personal reading type question, either right away or at all. It's just usually what I'm just usually guided not to if I don't answer that. But for you, it's kind of weird because your answer is like yes and no. Like they're like go, like you can go, but there's going to be something else as well. So I don't know if that really answers it to a degree you're happy with, but I'll stay with it a second longer to see what they'd like to say about it. So here's what I'm hearing is like, yes, you can go, that'll be fine, but there's going to be other places that pop up that you'll want to go, maybe as well. So you can go, but let it evolve. And if you don't go, there might be a better option that pops up as well. So that's a little bit loose. A lot of the times I do usually get a more cut and dry answer, but sometimes the answer isn't cut and dry. Sometimes there is a different way things are meant to transpire, or there are multiple right answers. So that's kind of, I'm getting that perfectly answered it. So I hope that helped, and yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, I definitely did fire. I did earth, did the collective reading. We have air signs next for anyone wondering. And then we have the water signs and probably a full channel message. You're welcome. You're welcome, Moon. And again, they want me to stress, like, there will be other options if you wait. So I would do what feels best to you in the moment with all that. Well, okay, I'll answer this, and then we're going to move to general readings. But Otavio Albuquerque said, "Hey, Brandon, you just fractured your hand and you're an artist. Any insights?" What I was instantly getting was like, I mean, hopefully art isn't like your main source of income and you're like, what do I do? But like what I was getting right away was, maybe take a break and focus on other forms of creativity and branch out and see where that leads you. Because it could be a detour that's really going to help you as well. Or maybe you're really meant to rest right now and take a detour with that. So different things can settle in for you either intuitively or in other ways. And by the time you return to your art, you might even find that you're way further ahead in a weird way. It reminds me of, I remember one time I was learning guitar as a teenager. I mean, well, even after I was a teenager, but I was newly-ish learning guitar and I hurt my hand playing baseball. And the teacher at the time said, like, a lot of kids come back stronger after they've like hurt their hand or after like the month or two. And I don't know why I'm talking about this, but if you want to look at it in a scientific way, the theory is that the brain keeps making connections even after you're in this period where you're not practicing every day, either because you can't or whatever happens. So you can come back a month or two later and it will, like, you'll be better. Like, you'll be further along than you were before you hurt your hand as well, like skill level wise. Another story that's really interesting about that, which I know is kind of getting sidetracked a little bit from your question, but I remember, I don't know why I feel like called to say this, but there's this book called The Art of Learning by Josh Waitzkin. And I thought there was an interesting book for a number of reasons, but he gets really into Tai Chi, I believe it was. And he like broke his arm before like the world like he was like in like the championship like tournament. Like he was flying out to like a different country to like participate in like the world tournament or like the world championship. And he hurt his arm, like he broke his arm. And one thing he ended up doing, because Tai Chi, I believe, is there's like an energetic kind of aspect to it. Like you work with your energies, I think. Or at least he definitely talked about that in the book, so it seemed like it. And what he did was he would do these exercises where when he'd work out, and the reason he was worried is because like this arm, he didn't want his arm to atrophy before the tournament. So he like would work out with this arm, but he'd also visualize like working out with the other arm, even though it was broken, and like he wouldn't move it. But what happened was when they took the cast off, his arm had like barely atrophied at all, like if at all. So by like visualizing the workout and like the exercise, it was either through intention or it was like an energy thing, or is through like signaling that he was using his arm to his brain without actually using his arm. He like was able to keep his arm from atrophying at all from that limb breaking. So he was able to participate in the tournament without any issues regarding that. And maybe that's helpful to you. Maybe that's just a helpful side quest of a tangent that helps someone else, or is just an interesting fun fact. But I just thought that was interesting. Anything else I need to say for you though regarding all that? That's all I'm getting for you right now. So I hope that helped, and do whatever is for the highest good for you. And yeah, you're welcome. It helps. Perfect. Glad to hear it. Brandon, did you change the chimes of your lives? I checked that one, but it wasn't there. So for today, yes. Oof, I'm feeling a bit torn on it personally because I was thinking about pushing it back a bit, and today I did do it an hour later. I tried to post a story to, I might have been a little bit late on posting a story, but I tried to post a story to like let you guys know about it too. So usually if there's a change in the live time, I post a story to try to communicate ahead of time. So, and when I say, I think I'm going to continue doing it at 3 p.m. Central Time right now. I was considering pushing it back an hour or two just to help with my schedule, but I'm going to let you know going forward, I suppose. Like I'll post on TikTok and all that. So right now, I think we're going to keep it at the same time, the time you originally checked in today, and I will let you know if I'm guided to push it back instead. Yeah, and no worries, Moni. I know it's like TikTok is kind of. I wish I had a better way to communicate with you guys directly, because even if I post a story, it's like, yeah, it's there. I have the little icon around my, or the blue circle around my profile picture to let you know there's a story. But like, I wish I had like a status I could put up, like, hey, not going live today. That like was more like solid. That was more like, it was more easy for you guys to see and like know that's what was going on. So like, I just wish I had that, but so maybe in the future they'll have that. But right now I just post a story that I feel like that's some of the best I have regarding it. Oof. Excuse me. Nope, we are just starting air signs next. And we're actually going to start now. So they have statuses now. I know they have like text, like you can post like text, but I'll look at the statuses thing and see what I can do. Beep, boop, bah. Right on time there. Perfect timing. Libra is air, Moon, to confirm that. I need water. 1 second. Excuse me while I wipe the water out of my mustache and all that. So, air signs, if you have an air sign, sun, moon, or rising, this is meant to be for you whenever you see it, whether it's here live or on YouTube. I'm going to be channeling my spirit guides and angels and source and working with my intuition to bring through whatever messages would be for your highest good right now, whatever you need to hear, and whatever would be helpful for you that would be for your highest good. That's my intention. That's what we're doing. And I guess they want me to explain a little bit more, but your spirit guides will join in if it's for the highest good, if it's aligned, if it's going to be for the highest good for all parties involved, and it's of the vibration that would be right for this reading. So whatever's highest and best and for the highest good for all this, I would say. So air signs, let's jump in. Let's start the reading. Let's see what comes through for you guys. So the first thing I'm getting for you and was getting before I went through this whole spiel was actually, and I just posted a reading with a similar message, that destruction is leaving. Big time for you guys. I do feel like you guys have been through a lot of destruction recently, or maybe this is something going on currently, or maybe you're going to notice this in a second, but it's going to heal very quickly and much better will come in following it. So I don't even feel like it's going to be a loss really for you guys. I feel like just better's on the way, and destruction might be something that helps get you there right now, at least. Or that's what the destruction has been doing. There's also a lot of healing ramping up. They're showing it regarding your brain, but also your mind. So let me sit with this for a second and see what's going on here. So this is going to be at different levels for each of you. Some of you, this might be like physical even, but most of you it's not, and it might be more like in the mental realms or in the energy bodies, if you will, is what they're showing me and guiding me to say for this. And there's like a lot of healing to the mind in some way, and like a lot of up-leveling to help you improve things regarding the mental realms for yourself. So it could be like working on healing anxiety or depression, or just getting to a better mindset or a better place with the mental realms. There's like a lot of healing there, like from the divine. So maybe you got a healing session recently and that's helping you, or you've been putting some healing on, like even on YouTube, or maybe you've been doing self-healing. And I feel like it's working is what I'm getting if you're doing that, and it's going to help you. So keep doing whatever you're doing to help you heal. That's for others of you. Again, this came through for one of the other sides, but there's a lot of mindset shifting that's happening for you to get you to a better place and to get you to abundance as well. Sometimes people are their own worst enemy regarding mindset or what they'll allow into their life or receive into their life. The example, I don't want to throw anyone under the bus. The example they're showing me is this one person I met who, I don't know if I'm supposed to say girl, but they said girl. But there's one person I met who, there were things they could do to really skyrocket or help themselves be really successful, but they wouldn't do it because they were really stubborn with the way they wanted to be successful. So for example, maybe at the time, like TikTok would have been a really great opportunity for growing their following. And they would be like, no, I don't want to deal with the video editing. I don't want to deal with all this stuff at all. But then you'd look at their Instagram and they were putting a ton of work into putting their Instagram posts together, and like all the words and all the things and all the stories. And like at the time, Instagram was like the worst place to go to try and grow a following. And if they just switched it up, they probably would have gained a lot more traction. And that's not maybe literally what's happening for you, but what I'm getting is those are the type of mindset shifts that are, I was just checking to see if that person was watching this live, and I'm getting they're not, so we're good. Okay. And even if they were, maybe it would be something they needed to hear. But it's not literally maybe what's happening for you, but those might be the kinds of mindset shifts that are happening for you at this time, where maybe you're letting go of needing to like control everything or having everything be a certain way and getting out of your own way and letting yourself do the things you need to do or that are going to work to help you. And that's actually a really big boon. So the other thing I'll say with all that, let me see what else would be that's going to come through for you. Okay, summarize that your mindset's going to be shifting. That's going to be really helpful for you. Keep working on that if you are doing healing or going to healing for that if you are. Next thing they're showing me, interestingly enough, is not to open up a whole can of worms, but they're showing me Jesus. So let me see what the message is for you regarding Jesus showing up here. Okay, very simple, straightforward message is going to make a lot of sense. They're just saying you don't have to sacrifice yourself for others. You're not here to sacrifice yourself entirely for others. It's okay if sometimes you have to make some sacrifices or compromises to like maybe help another person, or like if you have kids or things like that. Like, yeah, there's a balance to that message. But if you're overly sacrificing and it's like ruining your life, that's like kind of like the worst way to go. And the message I'm hearing is like, you don't need to be like Jesus in that way. It's not actually the way. And it's funny because when you get into channeling and you start talking to angels and God and source and spirit guides, you can talk to and channel Jesus as well. There's a lot of different things I could say about that, honestly, but it's really funny because even if you talk to Jesus, there's a lot of things about Christianity where he'll be like, no, that's bullshit. And I'm not trying to say like, if you're Christian, you're wrong or you're bad and it's wrong that you're doing that. But regarding the religious aspects, there's a lot of things that don't belong, I guess you could say. And it's okay if that's like a good starting place for you to get to God or to get to your relationship with source, or however you want to conceptualize it. And I just heard someone talking about that. They were more Christian and they're like, you know what? I don't like a lot of what the church is saying, but this Jesus has been my gateway to getting a relationship with God and getting my own relationship with God, even if I don't believe what this religion is telling me. So I appreciate that part. I'm like, I like that. So anyways, but what they would like to say beyond all that here is don't sacrifice yourself too much for others, like not worth it. If you find like you are or feel like you are somewhere, try to find a more aligned way to switch things up where it's more balanced and you're receiving more. Because you're just not here to like run yourself ragged for everyone. So next thing that I'm getting for you guys, let me sit with it for a second longer here. Hopefully that's good. So kind of been a bit common today with the readings, elephant spirit animal likes to show up a lot, but elephant is showing up again for you guys. They're pointing to the elephant's trunk here. And the trunk is like curled up, but it's like, not in like a bad or weird way, but it's like unfurling. And then it like spits a bit of water out of its trunk. So let me see what this is about here. It's interesting because in this intuitive visual and in this message, the elephant can really help you out. Like he could like lift up something that's really heavy with his trunk and help you carry it, or he could put you on his back with his trunk and like take you to victory or something. But if you try to like hurry this elephant along and like badger it to unfurl its trunk to help you, he'll be like, no, I'm not doing it. Or he'll start doing it like really slowly. It's kind of like the people like when you're driving in traffic and like someone wants to go really fast, but the other person and they get up on this person's tail and this person's like, no, absolutely not. And they like slow down and this person gets like angrier. Almost kind of like that. Like so what the message is for you, let me see what the message is for you, like how this is going to pertain to you. Fully for that is good. There is a lot that's unfolding for you very beautifully, but you can't force it. So like you might see this, for example, like romantic relationship on the horizon, like that's a potential romantic relationship. And you're like, oh, that's my person. Oh, and you're like, so like giddy and jumping at the bit, which is understandable. And that's great. You're excited in this example. But it's like if you try to like force it to happen right away, like it just all falls apart. Like it just takes really slow, and then you have to wait for like either this person to circle back around or like the next opportunity. That's an aligned partnership for you. So your job right now is to let life unfold and like not force anything, like not force the timing, not force people to do things. It's one thing to reach out and make a request, but it's another to like badger people and like just be overly perpetual about it, if that makes sense. I don't know if that was the best way to word it. Because it's like in this visual, this elephant's going to kind of be an asshole if you try to like force it to like help you faster or do anything. But if you don't do anything and you're just like, hey, can you help me? He's like, sure. And it just like unfolds and he like helps you like right away. So do your best to be patient with others, with other people in your life, with your story, with the way things are unfolding. And you're going to be a lot happier and a lot more at peace. And you could say in an overall lesson or bit of wisdom that patience leads to peace, because if you're actually patient, you'd be like, okay, it's just going to take the time it takes. And you kind of settled into your groove, and then it happens at the right time and you didn't have to stress about it. But that's another story. So there's more with this elephant here. In this visual, and this, whether it's an intuitive story or whatever you want to call it, the way it's playing out, this elephant is willing, he's helping you now. He like picked up this pack, he put it on his back, he's walking with you. I feel like this might be a repeat of a similar message we just got in the last reading. And maybe multiple ones if you need to hear this. It's just the energy we're in. Or maybe you have both signs and it's just a strong message for you. Or a message to really pay attention to. But this elephant can really help you with obstacles. And usually elephant spirit animal, when I channel with it, I do get messages about obstacle removal. He really can help you with obstacles. And again, it's not about badgering it for help, but there's this recommendation of like, you really need to ask it for help. And you might even need to be specific in some instances where like, universe, really help me with this, please. And the situation in my life, I'd really appreciate the help. Thank you so much. So let me sit with this a second longer. It's weird because like after all that first message, like the elephant really wants to help you, but it's like you kind of have to ask it for help. So I'd be really specific with like people you're communicating with. I'd be really specific, maybe even with the universe and manifestations. It's kind of interesting because I know like when it comes to manifesting, there are people who will tell you the opposite. They will tell you to, just like, okay, you need a car, like ask for a car, then make some specifications of what you'd like to avoid with it. Like maybe you're like, I'd like a car, but not a truck and not this color or something like that. Both can work, honestly. It kind of depends on your framework and the relationship you've honed in with the universe, and maybe the messages you're getting at the time as well. Maybe there is a time where you need to be more specific in a certain phase, and then maybe you move out of that and you can be as general as you want, but exactly what you desire shows up, if that makes sense. I'm kind of ruining this explanation, so I apologize. How does it get any better than this? But if I were to really get to what the universe would like to tell you right now, it's kind of time to be specific and not just hope for help, but like reach out, ask for help, set the intention for it, and do what you need to do regarding all that, if that makes sense, without being pushy. Next thing they're kind of getting to here, I feel like you as well are entering through this for the highest good gateway for a lot of change in your world, and that's happening like now, like you're passing through this threshold. I feel like you as well are supposed to change a lot in the next 2 years is what I'm getting, and you're going to see that kick off very strongly, like soon, even in the next week or two, where like you start thinking about things differently, like, or like realizing things that get you thinking about things differently. I'm also getting like something about a mental tower moment where you see like the truth about something, but it causes either a lot of things to fall into place for you, or it might cause you to make a lot of change because you're seeing this truth. So a lot of moments like that are happening potentially soon for you as well. Not like a difficult tower moment where everything falls apart and you're like, wow, universe. It's a lot simpler and more personal and more direct than that. And I feel like, yeah, change might happen, quote unquote, to you or for you or whatever you want to say. But you're going to be making a lot of change too, based on truth, which is good. So any realizations you're having around now, you might want to write them down, but I feel like they're going to be very important either way. And some of them, if not all of them, depending on if you channel and all that, could be channeled or just from the divine, and things you're really meant to see around this time to kickstart transformation and you changing your world, which will be great for everyone, is what I'm getting. Next thing they're showing me are these grapes. If you feel like rewards you were supposed to get are missing in your life, like maybe you felt like, hopefully it wasn't me, but maybe like a channeler or a reader or a friend was like, oh yeah, universe is bringing you all these rewards. And you're like, where are they at? I do feel like they are coming, like that is on the way. You know, sometimes things get a little bit delayed because of choices you've made or things other people have done or just the way the world is playing out right now. It doesn't mean it's not going to happen. It's just like it might be a different time frame than you suspected or expected when you heard that message, or maybe even assumed, if you kind of assumed like, oh yeah, all this great stuff's coming in tomorrow, and then it doesn't. You know, it doesn't mean it's not coming. And to me, grapes it's like the fruits of your labor. You know, it doesn't have to be the fruits of your labor. In this instance, what I'm getting is it symbolizes like your rewards. And there's this bunch of grapes, and like all the different grapes from the grape bunch were like scattered and like hidden. And you're like looking under couches for it. They were actually like giant grapes. Like you would like hold it like this in this visual, not like a literal physical grape. But the representation of your rewards, you'd like look under the couch. You're like looking under the bed. You're like, where'd it go? Like, why is this missing? So those are coming in at the right time, in probably a different timing than you suspected, but after a few of these changes, they are coming in is what I'm getting. And hey, maybe you'll get one right now and be like, oh, there it is, great. And then like the rest will come at a later date, you know. I definitely don't badger the universe about it to make it come sooner. Because the thing I'm hearing is the universe being like, it doesn't look like you learned much about this patience thing. Or is like what the universe would like say to you, you know, with all that. So it's coming. You'll get there. Be a bit patient. And again, if you are overworking for something right now, because they're showing me like the 7 of Pentacles tarot card. If you're overworking for something right now, oh no, 8 of Pentacles is the dude with the hammer. It was like a weird mishmash of both, but kind of the same message anyways. Like if you're overworking for something and like you're not getting anything back or enough, like try to find a more balanced approach with all of that, where you're either receiving at least as much as you're giving or just holding back a bit with the work so you're not overdoing it and taking yourself away from other areas of life that need your attention right now, because you get more rewards there if you're doing your work in a balanced way and not just like overworking on this one thing, but then wondering why this over here isn't working out, you know, when you haven't paid attention to it in 2 weeks or something like that, you know, like a relationship or something. So keep that in mind. Okay, next message. They're showing me like a construction cone and like a construction sign. So what's up with the message with this here? like there's a lot of like stripes on the sign. There's a lot of like warning, like stay out, stay clear, heavy machinery, like there's like electricity, things like that that they're in this visual that they're trying to keep you away from. So there might be a lot of warning signs. I'm hearing there are a lot of warning signs for you right now that you might be getting around certain situations. If you listen to them, you're going to be fine. It doesn't mean things are doomed to go a certain terrible way or anything like that. It's exactly what it is. It's a heads up. It's like the warning sign is there to keep you safe. It's not the universe being an asshole. It's not people having ill will towards you necessarily. It's just like, no, like that warning sign's there so you go the proper direction and don't put your hands on the electrical wires and get electrocuted or, get run over by the cement truck that they were trying to warn you about. So not that that's literally physically what's going to happen to you if you ignore the warning signs, just saying like heed them if you're seeing them, please. Whether that's intuitive and your guides are like, no, don't do this, or it's like a sign you have with the universe, like a crow cawing whenever you go to do something. You're like, okay, maybe now's not the time. Or you have an idea, you're like, oh, I'm going to start a fish slapping business. And the crow keeps cawing every time. You're like, dang it, universe, let me start my fish slapping business. And it just, maybe that's not the right way to go, So take that as it resonates and in a balanced way. You probably know what signs are for you and you know how your intuition works if you work with your intuition and all that. So don't override what the universe is saying because you want something. Trust me. These are the words they're telling me to tell you. So let's see what else is going on here. There's more with grapes here, so we're not done with grapes. So on kind of the topic of rewards again, they're showing these grapes getting like mashed to be turned into wine, I think, so they can ferment and turn into wine or however that process works. The other thing they're saying about rewards for you right now is sometimes they'll take a different form than you're expecting. So you might have thought your reward was going to show up metaphorically in the phase, as a grape. Oh my gosh, if I can get the words out. But you might be getting like wine, instead as your reward. So it's like, yeah, you're getting the grapes, but in a different form. So an example of how this could play out for you that's a bit more direct could be like you might have thought you were supposed to get the specific type of job that aligned with your resume and the field you're working in. And Spirit's like, nope, there's a better one for you. And yeah, it's going to be a bit of a leap and you might feel a bit uncomfortable and it's a bit out of your comfort zone. But there's a lot more growth and opportunity and it leads you in the right directions in every area. And hey, you're going to meet the love of your life here. This is just an example, by the way. You're going to meet the love of your life here. So you really need to go over here to this industry and this job. So yeah, you're getting that job. That's like the reward, with the money, but it's not this thing that would be the metaphorical grape. It's the wine, which is this other industry that's a bit different than you expected. So don't try to pigeonhole your rewards or things maybe even things you're manifesting to like have to be like, oh, it's got to be this thing. Like, let it be a little bit loose because Spirit might want to give you something better that has a deeper reasoning behind it than it just being a shiny thing you want, if that makes sense. Everyone's like, yes, wine in the comments. That's funny. I like that. Next thing they'd like to get to here. Man, okay, Tiger is on a roll today with like all the readings. So Tiger spirit animals showing up here. But they're also showing me like the Thundercats, which was like an old cartoon. I'm not trying to call you old if you're like, hey, I watched that when I was a kid. I'm like, sorry. But it is what it is, right? But they're showing me Thundercats, which I believe was an older cartoon. So what's up with this tiger and the Thundercats and all this here? One message I'm getting for you is they're kind of taking in a slightly different direction, but your life is leading to a bigger picture than you thought it would. So what does that mean? Like they were showing me these visuals of like, I can't think of the right examples, but there would be certain cartoons or shows where, and I don't even think it was Thundercats, funny enough, there would be these characters who would have these like small like mechs or like vehicles they'd pilot, but then the vehicles and mechs would all like combine into a bigger mech that they'd pilot to take down a bad guy or something. And they're like a couple of shows like that. I think Power Rangers did that, and I wasn't allowed to watch Power Rangers as a kid, Mom, but it's too violent, I guess. I'm just joking. I'm really okay with. I really made peace with that, but really, it's kind of what they're getting to with this for you. Bear with me while I get the better explanation for you. Maybe your life is going to fit with a bigger picture you didn't see coming, like a bigger purpose that your work fits into or you fit into that's really important for the world, or you're going to be impacting people far more than you realize through your work, whether no matter what that is, or something you do, in the world, or just how you are in the world. And sometimes we're just a part of something bigger without realizing it, and spirits has a plan and will get you there, or you're already doing it without realizing it. So don't beat up on yourself, especially if you think like your life is small, or like you feel like you're insignificant right now, because spirit might be just about to step you into this bigger picture, a bigger plan where things make a whole lot more sense, or maybe you get to have a bigger impact than you realized or thought you would as well. So I feel like things are coming together to get you to this bigger picture, and even like expand your horizons with like what you can do in this life and in this world. So again, there's this message of like, don't pigeonhole you when you could have so much more show up for you as like a possibility or a direction, or even people in your world. And maybe you never thought maybe people you didn't think were possible to be in your life, if that makes sense, or world. So they would like to close the reading soon. There's a saber-toothed tiger showing up now. He's kind of in this fight with this Inuit-looking individual. Like I believe they were the ones that were in the cold regions and eating fish and stuff. And I'm not sure if they had to contend with saber-toothed tigers or not. So don't go archaeological on me and get mad at me. Let's just see where this message goes intuitively, because there's a reason it's showing up this way. 1 second. What's going on with this fight here? And the message is about, it's like winning, but at what cost? So it's like this native person's like fighting this saber-toothed tiger with a spear. And it's like one of them wins. I think the native wins in this visual. Yeah. And for some reason, he's like, what have I done? Like I killed this beautiful creature. Like I could have just wounded it and got away. Like, why did I do this? And sometimes we're in this gear where we're like, we're trying to win. And maybe sometimes people get a little tunnel vision with that, and it like either becomes trying to win at all costs, or they don't realize they're doing things that maybe shouldn't be done to get to a victory. And this could be in business, where it's like maybe someone's like, oh, I gotta win, I gotta make money to impress this person, to date this person, or to do XYZ. And then like they don't realize, like they start, or maybe they do realize, but they're like, oh, whatever, I gotta do this. Like using like really manipulative marketing, or just straight up lying, or like doing whatever they can, but it's kind of against their ethics or intuition or morals. Do your best not to do anything like that in any area. Like an example would be like maybe someone's tempted to like throw their friend under the bus to look better to a potential like romantic partner. Or what's another one? I mean, you kind of get the gist at this point. So make sure you're kind of checking back with your intuition, or just staying aligned, or just sitting with like, okay, how can I do this in a way that's for the highest good of like all involved? And that leads to the highest and best outcomes for all involved, for the highest good, and things like that. Because you don't actually have to kill this beautiful tiger that kind of deserves to go on and live another day. And I understand, like, if it were actually self-defense, it's like, I understand that argument. Like, I'm not saying that's wrong either. But take it as it resonates. Honestly, don't like try to win at the point where it's going against your morals or ethics or what's for the highest good. Like, really try to rein that in if you notice that coming up, and take a second, maybe take a step back, or just take a second to see like, okay, how can I do this for the highest good instead? Because that will lead to better results overall. And if you kind of end up winning, but at what cost? Like sometimes that comes back to haunt you in the weirdest ways. If you've ever seen that happen to people. Or maybe like you win for like a short term, but it doesn't work out long term or something like that. So trust your intuition on that. I'm sure, most of you will be fine with all that, but that's kind of that here. And you will be rewarded if you go the ethical route because they were showing this like huge, oh my gosh, excuse me, pile of fish being delivered for these native people to consume and eat. And it's like a feast. And in this example, like they got this, if he hadn't killed the tiger, like they got this because he didn't kill the tiger. It is like nature's reward to him for sparing the tiger's life and maintaining balance in the ecosystem. I don't know. Maybe tigers were overhunted at the time. I don't know. That's a whole, you get what the message is though. That's probably the important part. So, when we do things that align with our ethics, with what's for the highest good, when we know it's the right thing, if you want to use that term, maybe for the highest good is the better way to phrase it, then usually the universe rewards us for doing that long term, even if it seems like we miss out in the short term. And sometimes we don't even miss out in the short term. We were just getting really hasty and ahead of ourselves. And we really had a story running that maybe caused us to overstep some bounds that shouldn't have been stepped over. What else is coming on here for what's the next message for you guys here? Kind of similar to the earth signs reading, but actually a bit different. If things do blow up for you or have blown up for you at all, it is going to lead in the right direction for you guys or be for the highest good. Like it's actually a blessing, maybe a blessing in disguise and a good old incognito blessing. Just boot it up in the incognito Google browser instead of the normal one. And I don't know, it was a weird joke, but I just feel like it's actually leading in the right directions, and like they're just like, don't freak out, about that. Like it's actually for the highest good if you let it play out. And source works in mysterious ways at times. We can't always judge things firsthand. We kind of have to let it play out and see where the universe is going with it, and it all makes sense in the long run, typically. And if it didn't, if it end up doesn't, if you get to a certain place and you feel like it still doesn't, it probably does. You just from a different perspective, or if you sat with it longer, I don't know. That's one more message though. I actually feel like, and this is for the highest good still, you're going to be avoiding a lot of blowups if you keep a level head in the next little while, because you might have people not like testing you like, oh, this is a test from the universe, but like maybe people testing your patience, or maybe there's things that like get your blood boil, but there's not actually anything wrong with it. You just have like a trigger with it or something like that. And if you like avoid blowing up on people or avoid like tanking things out of temper or something like that, like you get reward, like things actually go really well for you. So try not to blow things up yourself via temper if things start to quote unquote test you a little bit is what I'd say. They're saying they're done. I feel like there are more things that could come through. Yeah, I think we'll end it. Hope that helped, resonated, did whatever's for you guys good. And we'll move to the next batch, the next reading in a second here. I've been getting this warning too, but you have to see what it really is too good to be aware. Yeah, and just keep it in mind. You'll catch it. And you've been getting it so much so that you do catch it. That was spot on. Oh, thank you, Moon. I'm so glad to hear it. You're welcome, guys. Yeah, you're welcome, guys. Glad to. Happy to be of service. Boop, boop, beep, boop, boop, beep. Oh, thank you, Moon. No pressure on that. Do it if you feel called to. I really appreciate that, and I would do it when you can. Don't force that to happen, or no pressure on that. Destiny, great to see you. I hope you have been doing fantastic as well out in the world, winning the game of life and whatnot. I've been doing well enough. we're going to hang out for a second, then start the water signs reading. Yeah. And I feel like we've been cruising with this live. It's been 2.5 hours instead of like 3. So, no, I hear ya. Well, I'm glad you're hanging out, hanging in there, Destiny, for sure. Am I still getting more for the air signs? The last message would be, I guess this will be for everyone, not just, well, that's what I was hearing for a second, not just the air signs, but they're showing me this gorilla. And what's up with the gorilla? It's like, turns out to be a guy in a gorilla suit. So what's the message? I think there's certain things in life right now that you think you have to deal with a certain way. So like you see a gorilla and you're like, I gotta fight that gorilla because I can't reason with it. And so you're gearing up to like have this boxing match with this gorilla. And maybe for you, this is like having a fight with someone, or, and I'll ask them to see if they can get more specific as well on what this could be. But then as you get closer, like the situation changes. The dude takes off the gorilla, part of the gorilla costume. You realize it's a dude, and like you can just talk to this person and ask him to, I don't know, in this example, leave your land if this is land you own. And you're like, oh my gosh, I've got to get this gorilla off my land. So one of the messages is like not being a one-trick pony and like approaching every single situation the same way. Like maybe your habit is to instigate a fight, again, as an example, with every single person who crosses you and like, and just like blow up at them, you know, or something like that. But maybe if you just like, be like, hey, can I ask you something? Like, did you mean to do this thing? Because I kind of took it this way, but I wanted to see like what you meant by this and just make sure we're on the same page. And then they're like, oh no, oh my gosh, I didn't realize that you took it that way. I meant X, Y, Z, not this. And then it turns out a lot better. So I guess like that's kind of similar to what we just talked about anyways, but I don't know, like another example could be like maybe your boss like does something at work and you're like, oh, I need to quit. But it's like maybe you just talk to them and it would actually work out well. I know that it's not always the case, but maybe there's other solutions that would work better in the situation than like taking the, you know, cutting out cold turkey every single thing that ticks you off or something like that, you know. Maybe there's, I don't know. So I guess like if I were to try to distill the message for you, it sounds very obvious to me, but try not to approach different situations in all the same ways, I suppose you could say. And if you take a second with certain situations, you're going to get a different way to handle it than maybe your first rising impulse, I guess you could say. Hope that helped and made sense. That seemed a little bit vague to me, but hopefully you were getting the information you needed from that to help you out in your life. That was so helpful. Perfect. There we go. Thanks for letting me know, Jessica, because I was I'm just gonna incorporate a stretching phase into these lives, and it's just gonna be me like stretching, and it'll be stretch with Brandon, and you'll be like, I don't want to stretch, I'm comfy on the couch, and then I'll say too bad. No, I'm just kidding, I don't know, but yeah, I hear you, pause, but I'm glad it made a lot of sense. Yoga time, yeah. I haven't done yoga in a long time. Don't forget to water. Thanks, Rachel Doran. By the way, good to see you. Hope you're doing great out there. Hope you're saving lives and kicking butt. Thanks, Prince Priestess. Thanks, Prince Priestess. Oh, thanks, Rachel. I rock the earring. Thank you. I know it. Now that I'm trimming my beard more, people can see it. But thank you very much. Yeah, and yeah, I appreciate all you awesome people I get to hang out with here and see, when I get to see you. And there's no pressure to be here every Sunday or anything like that, but I really appreciate a lot of you guys I've met doing all this so far. Just wanted to say that really quickly. Oh, thanks, Rachel. Okay. We're going to start. The water signs in just a second here. We've been cruising today in our live. Oh my gosh, excuse me, guys. Sometimes when I like burp, like during lives or readings or channeling, like I'm feeling you guys release, or I'm releasing as you release, or like I'm picking up on you guys releasing, or something along those lines. Because there really is an energetic component to these readings as well, or really can be. No, there is what I'm getting. That's what they keep saying. So, or maybe a message helps you release, in different ways. So if I burp sometimes, I apologize, and if it ever is just me burping, I'll own that too. I'll let you know if it makes sense to do that in the moment. But oh, thanks, the authentic mystic. That means a lot. Oh, that means a lot. The white magpie. That's awesome. Better out than in. That's true. That's true. And that might have been a phrase before Shrek, but that is also technically a quote from Shrek. So that makes it even better. Burp confirmation. Thank you, Prince Priestess. And yeah, I do get that's true too, but still thank you. And hey, Divine Healing, good to see you too. Guess who's back? Back again. Don't hide that light. Yeah, that's right. Don't hide that light. All right, we're going to start the water sign, sun, moon, and rising. So if you have a water sign, sun, moon, and rising, this is for you when you see it, live now or in the future on YouTube in the repost, assuming that happens. And I'm going to be flowing with the channel messages coming through from my spirit guides, angels, and source to bring through whatever would be for your highest good. Perfect timing. Good to see you here, Sarah. Perfect timing. Yeah, okay, sorry. I'm going to be flowing with the channel messages coming through for you from my spirit guides, the angels, and source. And let's see what comes through for you for your highest good here. I feel like I'm saying things redundantly, but that's okay. First thing showing up is a surfboard, and they're giving me the phrase surfs up, and there's this like guitar slide like at the it's actually the guitar slide at the beginning of White Wedding, which isn't really a surfing song. I was thinking more like Wipeout, but kind of a similar sound, excuse me, that particular sound. But anyways, surfboard, guitar sound, surfs up. Let's see what this is about here. Well, one, if you are surfing waves in your life, that's exactly what you need to be doing right now. Surfing change, just going with the flow. You're doing it perfectly. I feel like Source is making waves in your life, or will soon if you haven't seen this yet. And it might even be a bit like perturbing, or you might not like it just because of certain things being upended or uprooted and moved around, or just a little bit uncomfortable. But I'd really, again, just like surf with it, just go with the flow with it, because things are really being rearranged for your highest good when things uproot or are changed around, even if it's uncomfortable, even if you don't like it at first. Because again, like they've been saying for a lot of these types of messages today, like it's leading to a good place. Like it's leading you to exactly where you need to be. And if you like stayed stuck with where you were right now, like just stayed there, like you would get bored eventually. Or they showed this surfer and he has like the stereotypical like suntan lotion on his nose, and like he's got the sunglasses, and he's kind of like a surfer bro kind of dude. Kind of looks like Brad Pitt. I don't know why that is important, but whatever. Maybe some of you will like that. Little bonus from Source today. Now you're thinking of Brad Pitt, but for those of you who are into that. But the surfer would like get stuck on this island if he just like stayed stuck, and then he'd be kind of like marooned or like bored. And sure, he has like coconuts, he has like water, I guess, in this ponds, but he's like kind of done being there. So it really is in your favor that all this is happening or things are being uprooted. So just go with it is what I'm getting as well. The other thing with like surfing as an analogy is you might feel like you're at risk of like falling off this metaphorical surfboard, or like your life tanking, or you're afraid of like bailing at the wrong time, or like a wave knocking you off your board, or like things falling apart. They're not going to. I feel like you're really secure with the surfboard. Like there's like foot straps and things like that keep you on the surfboard. Like Source is like reaching down in this visual from the sky, and it's a metaphor, of course, to like balance the board so you don't fall off of it. So things are really safeguarded for you, even if they seem a bit loose or like haphazard. It's like that's kind of how it's meant to be. Things are really held more tightly by the divine than they appear right now. So you don't need to worry about that. As long as you're focusing on what you need to do next, what you need to do in the moment, you're kind of showing up for life and your world, you're going to do fine is what I'm getting. So not to worry about all of that. Another common message today is like massive change. And then in this visual, this like huge like tidal wave or like tsunami looking wave, like, you know, like from the movie The Perfect Storm almost is what they're showing me. Like it shows up. And like you're supposed to like surf this massive wave. And this could be like a world change that happens, or like a world event that you end up surfing. And it could even be like the economy, if that makes sense, and like dealing with some of the financial fallout that's occurring and things like that. And Source is like asking you to surf this huge wave. And in this example, you're like, bail, like I don't want to do this. But Source like keeps you on the surfboard, like makes you surf this wave, and you find out you can do it. And sometimes stretching ourselves a little bit is how we find out we can hit the next level or do more in our world than we realize. So I would allow yourself to be stretched a little bit first and foremost, but sometimes that leap of faith is like what shows you can do it, whether it's like the example I'm hearing is like starting a business, or maybe it's like leading a group in meditation and you've never led a meditation before or something like that. And then you do it and you're like, oh, I have a knack for this, or oh, it's easy for me. Or maybe you learn it's not your thing, but that just steers you on to the next thing that is the right thing, you know? So if Source puts you in a situation, or the universe puts you in a situation where you're in over your head, you're actually not. Like I feel like you can handle this with ease, or enough ease. And once you end up, metaphorically, of course, surfing this huge wave, or doing this thing you don't want to do that you're being guided to do, or, forced to do sort of by the universe in a way, it allows you to surf big waves in the future and handle change with ease. So if you're surfing massive change, if you're being asked to do things you don't want to do, or go through things you don't want to go through, they don't even have to be that devastating, you know, or anything like that. I would really just do it anyways and like trust. And Source, again, will keep you on the surfboard. Source will show you can do it. You're not being given anything you can't handle right now, is what I'm being guided to say for you. So surf the massive wave. Even if you didn't see it coming, even if you don't like it, even if you'd rather be doing anything else than trying to surf like a 100-foot wave or whatever, than that, whatever this is representing, like it's like the perfect maneuver, and that's why it's happening, if that makes any sense. Okay, so one of the last couple readings, Jesus showed up, and a visual of Jesus is showing up, an intuitive visual of Jesus showing up again for the next phase of this reading here. So let me see. I'm getting a ridiculous image already, but let me sit with this for a second and see what comes through for you here. Okay, so I'm going to start talking with what they showed me so far, and they're going to fill it out a bit more as I go. But they showed Jesus, and you know how in the Christian story Jesus is nailed to a cross. They're showing Jesus nailed to a surfboard, and he's like surfing with you. And it's weird because he almost did like a weird like thing where he looks over at you surfing. He's like, oh, what are you in for? Like it's almost like a jail thing. But what they show me in this visual is you look over at Jesus surfing with his arms nailed to the surfboard. He's like, and you're like, oh, that's how I need to do it. And like you start to like lay down on your surfboard and like get ready to like have your arms nailed down, or like you start to do it. And like the universe, spirit guides, angels are like, no, like don't do it that way. Part of the message is like, just because you see other people suffering doesn't mean you have to suffer. And going down and suffering with them actually kind of adds worse things to the world than you coming from a good place. And if you're guided to help them from there, helping them from there and staying in like that good energy. Because in this visual, like Jesus is actually trying to get unnailed from the surfboard that he's like nailed to, and he's kind of, and he's got it. He's kind of struggling with it. So you might see other people doing things a certain way or a different way, or like struggling, and you're like, oh, that's the way I need to do it. I'm not supposed to be different than everyone else, or something like that. But Source is like, no, we have you up on the board for a reason. Like we we already got you through these like other situations that sucked. You don't need to put yourself through another one. So I wouldn't be trying to like imitate other people in life or think that just because they're doing a certain way, you need to do it that way. I wouldn't be putting yourself through suffering just because other people are suffering. You're doing, again, to reiterate, you're doing a better thing for the world by staying in a good place and helping people from there than thinking you can't be in a good place because other people aren't in a good place, if that makes sense. And that's like a common thing that shows up for people. I'd say, especially when it comes to, I'm kind of going in a direction they don't want me to go, but I was going to say like in terms of like abundance, or like, oh, this person doesn't have money, why should I? And then like you kind of hold yourself back from certain things, or I don't know, weird things like that. So and like the other thing is like if you stay on the surfboard, you're able to help Jesus unnail himself, and he's like, thanks, then he kind of surfs off. And weird visual and message. Hope that helped and made sense. But let's move on to the next thing there. Next thing showing up is a starfish. Starfish spirit animal showing up. Usually about healing when a starfish shows up for a reading, because starfish, like you can cut off the leg of a starfish and then it grows it right back, and then the leg like grows into a whole new starfish, you know. And the message is Source really wants you to regenerate and like take time to regenerate, you know, in between all this change or any action you're taking or guided to take. So I would be taking some time to like rest, or like maybe meditate more than usual, or just chill even when you get a chance. Because I feel like if you're doing too much, like certain things start to fall apart is kind of what they're showing me for you. And it's not even necessarily that you're doing anything like wrong. It's more like sometimes Source just really wants you to rest and like integrate if there's like a lot of energies coming in, for example, to integrate, or a lot of healing you've been through, or Source just wants you to rest up for the next thing. So I would, if this makes sense to you, be focused on regeneration and getting to a good place. Kind of like one of the names of the game right now is regenerating, for now at least, like getting to a good place was more what they were trying to say, like getting to a good place. So if you find yourself resting a bit more than usual or forced to rest, like that's okay. Just take that as an opportunity to do what you need to do for yourself here and take care of yourself. Okay, they're changing gears a little bit more for this reading. So next thing showing up, and I like all these water symbols they're bringing through with the water signs here. But there's dolphins showing up. There's like a shark. In one of the other readings, we had this whole like spirit animal conference with like big cats and like these you know, predators, not like weird predator, but you know, like people, but like the animals. That's a natural part of the kingdom. And now there's like this under the sea kind of conference, like sea creature spirit animal conference going on. And there's this like dolphin family that's like kind of gathering around you to squeak at you and give you advice. Let me see what the dolphins are saying for you here with this message for you, the channeled message for you. So the sentence this dolphin like yells at you is like, breathe, you idiot, breathe. And I'm not calling you an idiot, and it's not meant to be taken any type of way, you know, like that where you're dumb. But they showed this dolphin going up to the surface of the water and like breathing through its like blowhole. I would take this as a message, like we kind of just talked about, to take time just to breathe and like meditate and like let realizations come to you, let things settle down around you as you can and as makes sense for you around this time. Because sometimes we kind of just like forget to breathe, or we're just kind of like on to the next thing, on to the next thing, on to the next thing, on to the next thing. And we kind of get into like hyper doing mode, which not all of you are in, by the way, but some of you are. And that's okay. It's like, it can be a part of life in the modern world sometimes, but dolphin spirit animals, like collect yourself, like breathe, take the right action, do things at the right pace. Like you don't have to, a lot of messages today about not rushing for a lot of different people, by the way, but you don't have to rush. Like it's okay to like do what you need to do to like survive. And in this example, it would be like have a good dolphin life. And for this example, it would be like dolphin needs to take time to go up to the surface and breathe. Otherwise, dolphin dies. Like dolphin needs to do certain things for itself, and like so do you. So in some ways, it's like a reminder of self-care. It's a reminder you don't have to be like on all the time, like doing all the time. And like some of you might not feel like you're doing enough, but you kind of are. And that's for the select few of you who are like overachievers, who are like always working by like 7 days a week and you never rest or anything like that, or 6 days a week or something. So keep that in mind as well. I guess dolphins purporting self-care. Let me see what else is coming through for you for your eyes, kid. The other thing I'm getting as a message for you is like communicating with source in your own language with source, and it doesn't have to be like everyone else's. So that could be regarding signs and synchronicities around you. Like you might have it honed in with the universe that frog for you means taking a leap of faith. And whenever you see a lot of frogs, you're like, oh, okay, there's a leap of faith coming up. Or, okay, I've been avoiding doing this thing I know I need to do, and I guess I'll just do it. Thanks for that. Thanks for telling me, universe. But for someone else, frog might mean, man, what's another thing frog could symbolize? Let me see if they give me an example here. For someone else, like a frog might mean like, oh, you need to go drink water. And that's like the universe reminding them to go drink more water and take care of themselves that way. And so that frog you could both see the same frog, and it would mean for each of you what it means for each of you that you've honed in with the universe. So if that person would go get a drink of water, you would be told to need a leap of faith, if that makes sense. But also even with like channeling or intuition, you might work differently than other people. And it's tempting to see other people working and be like, oh, I need to be like that. And I need to align with that and work like that. And like try to like force yourself into that person's image or the way they operate. But Spirit might be like, no, hold on. There's this other thing I'd like you to work on first that's going to be perfect for your journey and the way you read others. If you do readings for others or operate, you're going to be getting like a lot of these, what's the best example? Visuals and knowings. And if you open to this first, then we can give you more of that if you'd like. But there's really this other way we'd like you to go first. And it's going to really lead you in the right direction. So, try not to force yourself to be like other people, show up in the same ways as other people. Like you're you for a reason, and you have a unique way of operating or will. And Spirit's trying to hone that in for you so you can be all that you can be, instead of like a carbon copy of someone else or an attempted copy of someone else. And they're telling me to tell you this. It reminds me of like Lee Harris, who's a channeler that I really like. He talked about, beep, 1 second. I'm trying to recollect what they were telling me and showing me. 1 second. Oh yeah. When you're like, if you were doing this work, for example, you wouldn't want your website and everything to look like the B version of someone else, like the, excuse me, like the B-side version of another reader or energy healer or whatever. Like you probably would like to be uniquely and authentically you to as much of a degree as you can, and stand out in that way. That this is feeling very light to me, so I'm guessing this is something that's helping you. It's feeling very light to me to say this to you. So if you go that direction or take time to sit with or call in what's authentically you and how to show up like that, you're going to get a lot more traction, success, and just more of what you'd like in your world. Even like with things like dating, like if you really take time to unveil the authentic you and be that, you're going to attract what's authentically for you, and be in the place to receive it, because like a person that would be authentically for you would see you at the right timing and be like, oh yeah, that's exactly what I'm looking for. But if you're kind of like trying to be the B version of someone else, and you're trying to be Alpha Chad in the bar who's like posturing everywhere, and you think that's what girls like because you heard a dating coach say it one time, and you're like, I'm going to be Alpha Chad, then you're like wanting to be Alpha Chad 2.0, and then you start like copying Alpha Chad and standing in the same way and like trying to sip the beer in the same way, and like the girls are looking at you like, what are you doing? Or guys, or whoever you're into gender wise, doesn't matter to me. But if you're like authentically you and you really unveil that and do the authentic work to unveil that and like really go on your journey, and become who you're meant to be, like then people will be like, oh, like you're authentic, you're real, like that's, and yeah, some people can't handle that, but the right people will be down for that, and then you'll have what's for you. So something to keep in mind just in a lot of different areas of life is like being authentically, I know that might be a common message, but being authentically you and doing the work to unveil that and become that, step into that, whatever you want to say. And you can do that like with intention. You can ask and manifest that is maybe I don't always like the word shortcut because of the connotation, but a shortcut to it. If you're like, how do I be me? Because I know that's very common advice. Like you turn on the TV and someone's like, you should be you. And everyone's like, how? What does that mean? I thought I was being me, but it's not working. And then it's like, okay, but if you manifest it and ask what that would be like, and then you get that showing up and you're like, oh, that's what this is. And you create that, step into it, then you don't have to cognitively realize what that is. You can just step into that and let it unfold, if that makes sense. And there's ways you can do it with energy healing to heal yourself and bring that out. There's a lot out there probably to help with that. But that's, if you were like, how do I do that? That's what I would say is a starting place for you with all that. And, on doing the societal conditioning and doing the stories you have, all that. I really feel like unveiling your intuition can be a way to being authentically you as well, because you'll kind of be guided through things a bit more and you'll feel what's the right move and for the highest good to make instead of, trying to force anything. So that was kind of a tangent though. So what else would be for us to get to here? Dolphin is done. He's kind of said his piece, I suppose. There's this clam who's like barking at us. I don't know what that's about, but let's see what the message is that the clam would like to say for you. So I feel like I've said this message before, but if you're hiding away from the world right now, it is time to stop. Like, yeah, there are times where we need to isolate a little bit more or be in our own energy a bit more for whatever reason. That can be very helpful. I honestly prefer that a lot of the time. Like, yes, I love social time as well, but I really enjoy being in my own energy a lot of the time at the same time. Like, truly. I guess both are fine for me, but if you're like intentionally hiding away and like you're kind of feeling like maybe you need to come out into the world a bit more, or if it's dating, trying dating, if it's posting on social media, whatever it is, or if it's like creativity, like you are like hiding away from the world and you want to like write a book or something and you're like, no one can see my book, and you're like not even writing because you don't want anyone to see your writing or anything. Like, it's kind of time to kind of shed that layer that's in the way and work through that and bring that forth, so whether it's a creative endeavor or whatever it is, it's like they're like kind of saying stop clamming up and hiding yourself, because the world needs to see the authentic you and your work and creativity and what you're here to bring to the world. So definitely do your best to do that when you feel ready, or even if you don't feel ready, but if you feel guided to, or you keep getting messages to, very highly consider it is what I'd say. They're actually done with the reading. There was like a pearl. They're like a pearl of wisdom in like an oyster or something too. So what's up with this here? I would be making a lot of wishes and manifesting right now. And they started singing that When You Wish Upon a Song. Oh my God. When You Wish Upon a Star song from Disney is what I'm trying to say. They started playing that. And what's the message here? One, I was getting like, I would be making wishes and manifesting a lot. I'd really like write down everything you'd like to manifest. Like, now is the time is what they're saying. And they're actually, if you're watching this now, like live or soon after, they're like saying now before the eclipse energies subside is what they're saying for whatever reason. So for some reason, it has to do with the eclipse energies. If you, this is meant to be timeless. So if this gets to YouTube, which I intend to repost it, but sometimes there are technical difficulties with TikTok. And it's just whenever you're seeing this, now is a great time to manifest is what I'd say. And there's a reason they're asking you to do it now or really look into it now, because I feel like it's going to be potent and exactly what you need. And sometimes you kind of need to refresh your manifestations because you've upgraded, you've updated. You're going to get, if you channel or are intuitive, you've got new messages on what to manifest, or you'll just feel called in different directions than normal. So even if you just manifested recently, like, I would do it again, honestly, and just see what else comes to you that you'd like to ask for, or sit with asking for, if that makes sense. So they're saying they're done. I hope that helped, resonated, whatever was for your highest good. Julie Sunrise asks, when is the eclipse energy over? I'm not sure. I can see if they have a time frame for you regarding like that manifesting and things like that. They're like, here's literally what I'm hearing. Like, we don't want to tell them because we want them to do it now, like regarding the manifesting thing. So will you tell them anyways? I feel like you'll know after this. Honestly, like maybe you'll look it up and you'll watch an astrologer and they'll tell you something. But I honestly, I mean, you guys are most of you are familiar with my. I usually get messages for time frames when people ask, but they're not giving me one, so I'm not going to force it if they're not giving me one. Oof, so sorry about that. Carly's asking, is there a certain way to manifest? What I hear is any way that works for you that's ethical and aligned for you. So what's the best way to say this? Probably no weird animal sacrifices or anything weird like that. Why did I even go there? But, if you just want to like, one thing I've heard about manifesting when I sat down a channel about it, actually though, they're telling me it's upgraded since then. So it might be something I need to channel on again or talk to them about again here is, okay, what would be faster for me to say then? 1 second. They're just saying like right now, any way you would like to set the intention is perfect. Like if you just want to write down your manifestations with the intention to manifest them, if you would like to build a crystal grid and maybe you end up writing it down, putting it down, building a crystal grid to manifest it. Maybe what's another example here? Maybe you end up writing it down, doing energy healing sessions for it to help bring it about and give it, all that. I've found that for me, and I know other people would be very mad if I said this, and I don't care, be mad because it works for me. It's just setting the intention works time and time again, like asking you will receive. And if there is action you have to take, like the way I have it honed in is I will just automatically be compelled to start taking those actions, and it just kind of becomes, for me, it's automatic. And that's what I've honed in with the universe. Or I'll be intuitively or divinely guided to do things. And then it just shows up, with the actions I'm taking. And maybe there's a little bit of give and take with that, but that can be part of it. And so any way you want to make that ask and set that intention, and maybe you also would, depending on where you're at, like to take some action steps towards it as well. So maybe you're like, I would like to date someone, and then you download Tinder, and downloading Tinder is like your affirmation of this manifestation. It moves the energies in that direction. Maybe you swipe a bit, maybe you don't find anyone, but it doesn't mean it has to show up through Tinder. It can be like, that's your part of your intention. And then you're showing the universe like, hey, I'm doing this. And then it comes, maybe you meet someone at the grocery store or something else happens. There's a lot of different ways it can happen. But I would at least have, by the way, if you're like trying to manifest love, I would at least have those apps on your phone as an intention. I've definitely had things manifest. Like I didn't even have an account set up. Like I think I deleted Tinder. And then I like re-downloaded it when I realized I was single. When I was single again, I'd already realized I was single. And I think I downloaded like a bunch of others. I'm like, yeah, that sounds good. I like what this app is kind of symbolizing. I'd like to bring that in. So I downloaded that dating app, and then like I think I had like 4 that I never set up accounts for, and then like it just manifested, pretty soon after. And I'm not guaranteeing like, yeah, download the app, you'll have love tomorrow. It's just another way to manifest and like hold that intention, I suppose, is just having those apps on your phone. And you guys get that by this point. You get it, what I was saying. So anything else I need to say? What were we talking about? Oh, how to manifest. That'd be like a good starting place, honestly. There are so many. And I'd say like the intention is key, and setting the intention is key. The method, it could really depend on what you resonate with and what feels right to you. Or if you're divinely guided with a specific method to do it, then trust your intuition on how you're guided to do it. But there's not really a one way. And I know some people get really specific, like, oh, you've got to do this triple backflip, and then you got to do this law of the universe video, and then you got to listen to Abraham Hicks, and then you got to fight a monkey, and then maybe your manifestation will show up. I'm like, I've had it work different ways, and I feel like I'm getting a little deeper into this than they wanted me to go. But this is going to sound dumb as a sentence, but you can get any way to work if it works for you. And what I really mean is, like, if it resonates for you, like, try it out. Like, it doesn't have to be law of attraction. You might try to do like what access consciousness, that modality, talks about, or you might do something someone else said. And I don't know. I feel like it all can work if you're doing it right and setting the intention. Because to me, asking you will receive. If you're asking, you can receive it. So perfect. Makes sense. You're welcome. Becca, might not be what you want to hear, but I'm getting like you might desire to manifest something else. Because it's not wrong if you go back, but it's like there's something better is what I'm getting for you regarding that with the ex and all that. I would probably manifest a new love, or see with what you desire and manifest that, because it might not really end up lining up with what your ex would bring if you dated them. Maybe some of it, but yeah, you're welcome. Thinking of where I'm going to find a monkey. I know. Got to fly to Costa Rica for this manifestation. Like, I think everyone is manifesting all the time. It can definitely work like that. Especially if that's their agreement with how they operate with the universe. And they're like, yeah, if they're like, they manifest with their thoughts, they manifest with what they do and things like that. Yeah, that can absolutely happen. And I do feel like it works that way for a lot of people. Okay, so I'm going to, well, here's what's going to happen. I have to use the restroom. It's going to take like 2 minutes. I have to run downstairs and it's just number one, so it's fine. But we're going to do a full channel mode message in a second here, just a couple minutes. Oh my gosh, I got lost in what I was saying. But so a lot of you are probably familiar with, most of you are probably familiar with that. You've seen me do that before, but we're going to do that in just a couple minutes, probably after this intermission. And I could just jump into the channel while I feel like peeing my pants, but I don't. And it would be fine, but I also would get to the end of that. I'm like, oh my God, guys, I've got to go. So if you will give me just a couple minutes, it's just number one. Yeah. But you can just, maybe someone in chat can let people know if they're like, what's going on. I wish I had like the cat that I could just plop on the table for you guys or something. But I'll be back in like a minute. Anything else I need to say before I do that? All right, I'll be back in a minute, and then we'll do full channel, and then we'll go from there, okay? All right, guys, I have returned. Hey, from Colorado. Hey, Cheeto guy. I used to live in Colorado. I've Coloradoed very hard in my day. I don't know why I said it like that. I thought it'd be funny. But hi, would like to know where you purchased your computer chair with Comfy. So I am not sure. I honestly, my girlfriend had a job and their office was just getting rid of this chair, and they were like, "Do you want this chair?" And I said yes, and so I just got this chair. So I have no idea where to get it. So I apologize. I did, yes, I believe you're correct, because I've been asking for a good office chair for a while, but hi from Ohio. Hey. Oh, thank you, baking with chili beets. I appreciate, oh, chill beets. Sorry, I appreciate that. Chili beets. You should do it anyway, Lainey, about going live. It's just really good to try. And if you feel like you have something like a format or something you want to do, or you do music, right? You could do music, whatever you're doing. Are those things on your wall for decoration or functional for sound? They're supposed to be for sound, for eliminating some of like the reverb and echo in the room. I feel like it could have worked better. I think I need thicker foam, if I'm being honest, but they also look cool. So there's that, or I think they look cool. Maybe you guys are like, what's that stupid stuff on the wall? Thinks he's so cool with that foam on the wall. I'll show him what cool is. I'm gonna foam from my wall. I know you guys aren't like that, most of you, but ooh. No, I highly recommend trying it. If you're doing social media, I feel like going live can even just be really good for your accounts. It's a good experience. It's good to connect with people. There's a lot of positives. So I would try it. Yeah. It's root veg season. Nice. So we're about to do the full channel mode message. Sorry, I'm listening to them. So we need to do that now, I suppose. So I'm going to step out of the way, jump into full channel mode, see what my spirit guides, the angels, and source would like to channel through for you. Full channel mode. If you're newer, you might have seen some other videos where I've done this recently, and I tend to do this about every live, so barring a few. Yeah, any other information that would be asking for me to say before we do this? I mean, so there's the verbal information that comes through, there's the messages, there's the energetic transmission part of it as well. Like the frequency is important. So I guess it's all important, but the way I explain it is like there's an energetic transmission from source that flows for the highest good, and it does something akin to energy healing, or maybe exactly like energy healing for the highest good as well. So it can be like a healing session, and it can also, what else would be that's good to say? It can help with your intuition and channeling as well. If you're meant to do this, however you're meant to do it, or like full channel mode, even just like the regular channeled readings I've found can open up people's intuition as well, like we did with the live, but maybe it depends on where you're at. But yeah, it can really do that as well. So a lot to keep in mind as well. If any of you fall asleep, you do still get the energetics of the channel, like the transmission. So you still really got the benefits from it, even if you fell asleep for the words. And maybe that's just the parts you needed, if that happens for you. I'm not sure why they're telling me to bring it in this time, but I'll say that. That's kind of all you need to know for now. It is fully for the highest good. And I guess I'll tell you the name my spirit guides gave me for them. At first, they were like, yeah, we don't really have names up here. You know that. I'm like, I know. Then they gave me a name anyways, and it's the Angelic Collective of Zorbital. So I say my spirit guides, the angels and source, just to simplify. And because I didn't know what else to say when I first started doing this, and it just kind of snowballed, and I still say it today. So, and they guided me too. They're like, and we guided you too. So that too. Okay, we're going to start. So as far as like a theme for today, they're like, no theme. So they'll probably start bringing through the themes once we do full channel mode. So here we go. I'm going to drink a little bit more water first because my throat's feeling a little dry. And oh my gosh, sorry. Okay. We're starting. And I'll usually cough when they jump in, and then they do a little laugh when they start. So just so you know what's up. Welcome to today's channeled message for you. And it is a big one in a sense energetically because there's a lot of healing energy that is needed for this crowd to be imbibed, to help you integrate. Yes, we brought through messages before about integration around this time period. It's important that you are resting, recovering, doing what you need to do for yourself around the piece and theme of taking action and making sure things are sustainable for yourselves. For if you are not integrating the changes that occur, the shifts that occur within you, the healing that occurs, you often go into a healing spiral and things spiral out of control in a way. Yes, in the physical, but also in the mental realms in a sense. Not that you go crazy. You might just not be working at full capacity if you do not take time to rest, integrate your experiences and your healing, and take time for yourself to recover. That is all we are saying with that. It does not have to be fancy. You don't need a 12-week retreat with an esteemed healer unless you are guided to that, and that can be a profound experience for the right ones of you who are called to that or have been called to that. You just need time for you, time to breathe, time out, you could say. Some of you have been put in time out recently, forced to pause, forced to rest, whether that is sickness or something not working out that gave you unexpected time to just be. Take that time. It is a gift and a blessing. You are not here to do all of the time. There is nothing wrong with you having more of a balance that leans that direction, but most of you need time to pause here and there. Even in the grand overarching themes and schemes of your life, and we do not mean schemes in a negative sense whatsoever, there will be dips in action for vaster periods of time that are not as action-oriented. Perhaps even as much as a year at a time, where you do not do as much, and you judge yourself for it. You think you are messing up because you should be working on your dreams, or putting 12 hours of effort outside of your job into an online business so you can succeed. Maybe it's not the right time. Maybe this is an area for you. When you find this happens, you need to rest in a grander way. You need more long-term integration. Spirit is doing work on you behind the scenes as you are still. So do not beat up on yourself too much when you notice certain patterns. Sometimes they are just right, and it is the human stories that have you judge them as wrong that makes you feel like you are messing up when you're exactly on time and in theme with the season you are in. Now, yes, some of you, it pays to work on your patterns to bring about a result you would like. Sometimes you do need to work on yourself and your patterns. This is not meant to excuse you from doing the work on yourself where you need to. It is more just to make you aware. Sometimes there are certain things that need to happen that go beyond the human conditioning, mind, typical themes you would think of. Things that are a divine reason to occur that are actually right on beat and in sync with where you should be. So do not beat up on yourself right now if you are resting more or have been in a period like that. If you have been confused for a period of time, everything is exactly how it needs to be. And that can be tough to hear for some of you. For some of you, that is the last thing you want to hear, and we understand. We're not here to say you are wrong for feeling that way. We're telling you that so that you can come into acceptance, not complacency, not in a way where you go starfish mode on life and just let life do whatever and you don't do anything. But so you can work with the energies. So you can come into acceptance and work from there instead of fighting everything. For if you were to work with yourself and the energies and what was presented to you, and you were in flow and in tune with yourself, your body, your needs, the season you were in, you would be in perfect harmony with everything. You wouldn't be fighting so much. Unless that really, really showed up as something you needed to do in your world, someone brought the fight to you, sure, defend yourself. But you don't need to fight with life. You don't need to fight with your journey. There are many things you are meant for. You might feel coming. And you might think you need to have it all right away, everything prepared for it, moving towards it. But you might be years ahead, and that's okay. That awareness of the future could be the thing that keeps you going through this time period. If you feel like things are taking a long time, or you feel like there's not much that is exciting you, there's a reason everything's there. We are telling you all of this because you are in a period of great change, but also a time of recovery and integrating change and preparing for the next change. It can't all be on. It can't all be you on full blast 24/7. You'll burn out. There has to be rest. And we realize we're going hard with this message. We realize you've probably heard rest a million times before from your own spirit team, from other readers, other people doing this type of work. But we remind you of it now so you will accept it. So you will integrate, so you will know peace with it instead of fight. The other thing we would like to get to today, there are many rewards for you if you are doing the right things for you. If you are doing the right things you need to do for yourself, such as resting, such as taking time for you. You think you need to do your way to everything. Do your way to the perfect relationship. Do your way closer to God or Source. Do your way closer to intuition. Do your way closer to your dreams. But there are really two sides to it. There's the doing, and then there's the feedback and the integration and the rest and the allowing things to transpire and allowing things to be brought to you. There's both pieces. If you only have one piece, it is one-sided either way. A balance of both is necessary. Wherever you end up on that sliding scale of doing and just being or resting, you might be more of a doer, that's fine. You might be more of a rester. As long as that works for you, that's perfect. It's exactly what you should be doing. You're not wasting energy, that's great. But it takes both pieces. That's our message for you about doing and being right now. Let's talk about higher ascension, because that is a big theme. We realize we use that word. It's a bit weird for some of you. Your association with that word might be a very weird TikTok creator or YouTuber that you don't vibe with. We understand. Get your own understanding and meaning of that word or of what's going on. But higher energies are hitting the collective. They will be concurrently, consistently. And it's a big theme this next year, because you all need to go into higher dimensions and heal to get there, some of you, and shed to get there, some of you. It doesn't have to be drastic or overly difficult or awful. You can have this with ease. We'll never take that possibility of ease away from you. We will tell you if things are meant to be difficult in some instances, and we won't take away from the difficulties or what they're bringing you. But we will tell you that you can have ease and that it is a possibility. And what will you create for yourself? We would say don't pigeonhole things into being difficult or needing to be difficult. Allow ease, at least open to the possibility. Even in a quote-unquote difficult shift, perhaps it could show up with greater ease. The struggle is not what makes it worthwhile. We realize we are going against the grain with your self-help communities. They're all about struggle, the struggle of life, the struggle to succeed. If it's not hard, it's not worthwhile. BS, we call. There are plenty of things that are free and easy that you love. Sitting in peace. And sure, for some of you, it might have taken work to get back to peace, or maybe you're not there right now. Sitting with your favorite coffee or tea, enjoying the silence, enjoying the energetics of your living space. Things that bring you joy, things that bring you higher frequencies. Meditating. You are literally just sitting there. Sure, there's more to it, but also not really. That can come with ease. And if for some of you it does not, there are other ways that will work for you. But that brings you towards things that are worthwhile, and you don't have to do anything but show up and try it. So maybe it's time to look at your beliefs with all that. If you are someone who thinks everything has to be hard, or it's not worthwhile, or the struggle is what makes it worthwhile, because it is not. It doesn't have to be. Sit with yourself on what feels true to you about that, because you've been sold that story, and it does get glorified. Someone going through extreme difficulty to overcome an obstacle and achieve a result makes a great story in a movie or in a show, but it doesn't have to be your world. Then hey, maybe you are going through one anyways, and that is part of your journey, because you are meant to help other people through that struggle, or make it a lighter burden from them in the ways you teach about it, or heal or help them, or facilitate healing if you prefer that wording. It's the intention that matters behind the words. What is worthwhile to you? What is worth your time on earth? What is worth your limited lifespan on earth? Part of ascension will be you moving towards what is important for you and living life to a fuller degree, at a higher plane. Because what's important is going to have higher frequencies, or it will become important to have higher frequencies, even if that's not a struggle to have for you. It will be important not to waste your life on things that don't matter to you, so you can have what you truly desire, or so that you can have the things that matter to you. in more of your life. And the energies are supporting this. The ascension energies, if you will call them that, are supporting you moving towards what matters authentically. And that is where the heart comes in, the heart and the soul. For the heart and the soul know what matters very deeply, very intrinsically, and that's a part of you. Yes, your intuition knows, of course. That is a given. Your channeling knows, your spirit guides know. But an intrinsic part of you knows. And not just right now, but also in the future and in the past and outside of time. Your soul knows what's important. So it's time to shed the parts of you that think something is important that isn't. It's time to shed the stories that have you focused on the wrong things. The things that don't really have great importance to your heart and soul. And by the way, your soul does enjoy you enjoying things. Just to help get that message across. Your heart does like feeling good and you feeling good. What's important to your soul doesn't have to be great challenge and struggle and evolution. Yes, that evolution can be important on the human level. Yes, that's important to the soul, but it doesn't have to be the only thing. It doesn't have to be gunning through healing crisis after healing crisis to get to a higher plane. If that's your role right now, that's fine, but you might want to consider something else. There are higher ways to operate. Doesn't always have to be an awful time. A few here and there are fine. But your soul would also like you to enjoy your life and have those higher frequencies of enjoyment, peace, and love. And of course, light. And truth, by the way. So this is a great time of story shedding, especially in human identity, in what matters to the human. Not just with you, but the collective. You will see that conversation rise in the coming year and beyond about people moving towards what matters. And you are ahead of the curve because you heard it here. We jest a bit. Your soul was already on that trajectory, by the way. That is really what we wanted to talk about. Are you ready to ascend through moving towards what matters, at least as part of the journey? Not the only piece, but an important piece, because that is really going to help you live a fulfilling life, rather than one just lived with the crowd, grazing in the field with the cows metaphorically, then wondering where your life went, when you were supposed to be running with the horses. You were supposed to be running free. You were supposed to be going your own way and doing what mattered to you in an aligned way. That's all we have for you right now. We leave you there. We wish you well. May the highest and best transpire, and we are signing out for now. The angels and Source, the angelic collective of Zorbital and Source. Farewell for now. Excuse me. You're welcome. Thanks, Destiny. Yes, you're correct. You're welcome, Kat. I'm glad to hear it. You're welcome, that's Heaven. Hit the spot. Perfect. I'm glad to hear it. You're welcome, Dana. Andy Pandy Pie. Cynthia. Perfect, Callie. I'm glad to hear it. Perfect. The Authentic Mystic. I did fall asleep for a majority of this, but woke up all the parts I need. Oh, perfect. You're so welcome, Jillian. Oh, excuse me, guys. I got really called out on rest knees. It happens. I understand. So did I, in a way, I would say. Maybe not as much, but they're like, yeah, not really. So sort of. I did, I guess. I'm going to try to answer this. As Heaven asked, how does channeling feel like? Do you sense someone else talking through you? Or is it more like, ooh, you probably ran out of space in the comment section. What's the best way to answer this? Like I feel them jump in. I feel them speaking. I am also guided through it, if that makes sense. So it's kind of a multi-sensory experience. I'll also get intuitive visuals while I'm doing it that explain the message or add to it, or if this makes any sense, help guide what they're saying. It's kind of like all on, like all faculties intuitively on, if that makes sense. So it's kind of this weird combination of experiences, if that makes sense. And sometimes they really, it's not like being possessed or anything like that, but they really take over and they're really speaking through me. And other times I'm there for the message, like watching it unfold, if that makes sense, or getting to hear it as well. It really kind of depends on the message and what the crowd needs, I suppose, and how they'd like to handle it. But hopefully that makes any sense. I didn't want to rest and then I got sick. Oopsie poopsie. I hear you, Jillian. The Naruto reference. Oh, you caught the Naruto reference earlier. Thanks for your channels are always so relaxing. I'll take that. That's awesome. Thanks, Jennifer. Oop. Thanks, Heather. It's good to see you too. You're welcome, guys. Keeps us on our toes with the different cups. Yeah, I fill up 2 different mugs or cups with water now because I used to only do 1 and I'd always run out. And if I do 2, I tend to have enough. Someone asked if I channel aliens. I definitely can. It's not my, what's the best way to say this? Not what I usually go to, but like there have been times where I'd be like, Palladians, what do you have to say about this? Or what do you recommend I do right now? But it'll be the same answer as the angels would give me, or, talking to source would give me, or even past on loved ones would give me, honestly. Because it's, to me, what's the best way to say this? It's just like not the energy I tend to work with, if that makes sense. But I don't mind it either. Like I could see about, I don't know. That's, if that makes sense. Lainey asked, do you think aliens are making contact with us when we sleep? It depends, is what I hear. And what I first heard when I read your comments from them was like, it depends on who your spirit guides are. Like, do you work with Arcturians? Because then absolutely. Are you more like angelically leaning? Because you may or may not, depending on what you need, if that makes sense. And if you mean something like physically incarnate aliens, I get no, which might throw a few people off with their theories, but whatever. I'm not here to people please. I'm not here to people please your beliefs. I guess I'll answer this. Joseph is asking, how do you know the difference between source energy and other energies? For me, I just feel it. Either I could intuit it, like just through the intuition I'd get, whether it's a visual or channeled message, and also it just feels different. Like if I'm channeling angels, it feels different to me. And you might not have just meant with channeling, just in general. Like it'll feel a little bit different to me with the back of my head and like neck area and maybe crown as well. Then it will feel different than if I'm doing something more mediumship based with like a passed on loved one. Like that energy is different compared to even like spirit guides or like a deity. Like the energies just all have a different texture, flavor, feeling to them. Like I don't have the right words because we don't. I wish English had better words for different energies, on like how to describe them and talk about them, because it's very deep and textured and there's so much detail, but at the same time when it comes to word, it's like it feel good. So excuse me. I guess it just feels different. I wish I had a better answer for you. Yeah. So I might hang out a bit. Oh my God, that didn't come out right. I might come out a bit. Oh my God, I can't say this. Words help, guides help. I might hang out a bit longer is what I'm trying to say. And never mind, I was about to say something, but they said no. Yeah, you're welcome, guys. A few things. Do angels have their own dreams? No, they don't sleep, is what they said. They're like, nope, yep, exactly. Can you talk a little bit more on dragon spirit guides? Sure. I'm not sure what exactly to say, but I'll see if there's anything that's good for me to say about that. But dragons, if you feel called to work with them, they can show up as spirit guides. They can show up as like a spirit animal energy, I guess is a word I could use as well. And you could say both are kind of the same thing, but I guess that's a way to distinguish for different people who resonate with different words. I guess the words they're giving me right now are like the dragon spirit guide was like, we show up for people who would like to work with dragons and who resonate with that energy, and for people who will get a lot out of that. Not everyone does. And like especially if someone's like really leaning Christian and then they kind of get into talking with God and metaphysics, they might not think dragons are the best way to go. And what the dragon is also saying is like, in some ways it's all source in a different guise. And it gets weird because then it's like, it is and it isn't. If that makes sense. And like the way the dragon's also explaining is like, yeah, we're real, but we're part of source and source works through us. And like we're another way source communicates to people who need a dragon guide or resonate with that frequency or energy. So I don't know if that explains it anymore or that goes, I don't know if there's such a thing as too meta, but I feel like I'm kind of dancing around the issue is what I'm getting. So anything that's really specific that you need to hear, everyone else you need to hear, that'd be that's good. Like it's another way to work with source, but also it's really cool. So I guess, but I just don't feel like I'm explaining it very well at the same time. Like I feel like there's something else they'd like me to say, but I'm not getting the words. So maybe another time, honestly. But I guess that's enough to start working with them. Like if you want to work with them, just be like, okay, I asked to work with the highest and best dragon spirit guides. That would be that's good for me to work with. Thank you so much. And that's one way. Or you could be like, I asked to work with dragon spirit animal for the highest good. Thank you so much. Really set that intention. See what shows up from there, because that'll work. If you ever feel drawn to, I don't know, a statue or something that, symbolizes that as like an intention to work with that energy for the highest good. It doesn't have to be anything weird, but I guess what I'm hearing is if you're drawn to that, that could be another way to help you connect with the energy, but it's not necessary. Ray of Light Healing asks, how do you prepare to channel? Do you like to meditate first? No, I just jump right in. Because what I'm hearing is like I'm always on in a way with all of it, like at a moment's notice. And I've really worked to get to that place, and I've been guided to that place. And it was, I guess, given it to me as well. So thank you guys with all that. And there are definitely times where I just like wake up and I wake up and my speakers are like, you gotta get up, you gotta get out of bed, you gotta get up now. For example, it's not like I had to meditate for a bunch before then. Or if I'm just like being guided throughout my day and then I jump on like a call with someone and I'm getting a channel message for them, it's not all that different. We're jumping on here. So sometimes I'll meditate if I'm guided to. What they're telling me right now in like a weird third person way, they're like saying it to you, but I guess it's through me. They're like, we like to throw them into things because, oh, can you give it to me again? I forgot what they said. Like, we like to throw him into things because then it shows him he can do it and then he can do it, so something along those lines. I'm paraphrasing slightly, but that's kind of what they said. So so I apologize, Hot Cheeto guy. They're saying not to answer that right now, and they wanted me to tell you that, so I apologize. I might maybe I'll sit with it, and I might not remember to sit with it after this, but I might sit with it a second and see what's up with that. Like, they're saying there are ways, but they, for whatever reason, maybe it's a liability right now. They don't want to get into it right now for whatever reason. So, by the way, just before we hang out into the end of time, well, I don't want to make that agreement, but can't really clear. But before we hang out for too long, I did want to throw out there just if you wanted to go deeper in my work, there are a couple ways you can do that. You can always check out my website to see what's up, but I do have channeled MP3s that are designed to help out and they can be very healing. But for example, I have channel guided exercise, create the highest and best day for you to help you create better days for yourself and create the highest and best days possible for yourself. And that can really compound over time and improve your life and world. And I have 2 bundles of channeled MP3s as well. One for the root chakra, one for the sacral chakra, that are meant to heal and transform, yes, those chakras, but also all areas of life correlated with those chakras to help transform your world for the highest good as well. So I also do have a monthly membership if you would like to go deeper in my work, where I have a lot of channeled content, like full channel mode messages that are usually 45 minutes to an hour long, plus channel guided meditations and a lot of other content like channeled readings. And it's a whole library, so it keeps growing, as more is added to it. So if you're drawn to that, that's also on my website or my link tree as well. And I guess that's all they'd like to promote. I do have some energy healing classes coming up, like Reiki Master class, and some 4 angelic fires and source fires classes coming up in the next couple months as well, which are a modality that I received, that they channeled through. What's the best way to say this? I received it and channeled it through, like they gave it to me. I don't know how to, I don't have the right wording. I'd like a better wording for it, but they gave me this modality to teach and facilitate energy healing with, and that's what those classes are for as well. So you can always reach out for more information if you'd like it. And I guess that's my self-promotion for the evening for now. Yeah, you're welcome. Hey, Linnea. So sometimes I also do Reiki and energy healing infused guitar at the end of the lives. I'm getting to hold off on that today, so I don't think we're doing that today. But oftentimes I'll end the live with that. But I'm getting it's not needed today, so. Dang, this is a long live. I hope you get some rest soon. Yeah, we are at almost 4 hours. So I'll hang out for a bit more because they're saying not yet, but I'm trying. I don't know if it matters because sometimes when we do the longer lives like this, it works just fine and there's no worries. But other times TikTok kind of has issues, it seems, with it being longer. Like it won't download properly. Like the last week's live, like the last hour got chopped off and I don't seem to be able to get it. And so it kind of got in the way of reposting it, but maybe that part wasn't meant to be reposted. Thanks. If that was geared towards me, Authentic Mystic, thank you. course, guys. Thank you, Dana. Lady asking, do you get overwhelmed by all the people on lives? I get no, actually. I've gotten to a better place, much better with all that and dealing with people's energies, especially people like scrolling by who might have like ill will or something like that. Or sometimes maybe at the beginning, random people join in and it's like, what are you doing here? But it doesn't bother me as much. And I've been putting a lot of things in place to help me with that and doing a lot of work on that. So I can be in a better place with that because it was really inhibiting me for a while, not with accuracy or channeling, but just showing up, you know? So vibes are pretty awesome in the chat. Yeah. And, yeah, for sure. Thank you, Melissa. Yeah, you're welcome. Glad you had the nugget. I guess I'll answer this. S Heaven 7. Oh my gosh, I think I just combined all those words into one in like the second there. Were dragons real on Earth in the past? So I know this is going to burst some bubbles. I'm actually getting no right now. Like what I'm getting from them is like, we were in a way, but it was etheric. There were definitely dragon-like creatures. But today's mythical creature of the dragon is a little bit different than what was there. So it's like, it's weird because it's a thing, but not really. And it is a thing etherically. Otherwise, it wouldn't be there, right? But that's what I'm getting, weirdly enough. So, and I know I've read books where people are like, the dragons were physically here and da-da-da-da. Then they went to this other dimension and there's all this interesting explanation. I guess that's just not what I'm getting when I check in. Linnea says, I've also gotten no too, but also yes. Kind of weird feel, but overall, yeah, no. Yeah, exactly. Like it's kind of like those yes, but no, but yes, but it's like, it's kind of a, yeah, I understand. But thanks for vetting that for me. Always enjoyed and love your lives. Thanks, Linnea. That's what I get with dragons and other stuff like that. I hear you. They're also saying in a weird way, like dragons, or like we've always existed in the etheric in a way that's not dragons. So, I guess they're just appearing how they need to, and maybe it's source working through the dragons in the way it needs to. So, yeah, exactly, Lydia. It doesn't so. And then when you say like angels, which I totally understand that question, they're like, no, we're not. It's not angels. It's like, it's more like it's source or it's something else. I don't know. But an interesting topic that did come up recently. Well, no, what would be Flasky to say about all that? I do. Give me the words if it's Flasky for me to talk about this. There are things that people laud as very important spiritual things that are ways to connect with another energy that's important to connect with, and it's for the highest good. Of course, it's not like a weird thing you need to be afraid of. And this is going to be a little bit out there for some people, but like ascended masters are one of those things. Like for me, what I get is it's not quite like what people think it is. Like it's a way to connect with source, and either there's a deity or something there that, like, yes, that's a good way to connect with source or work with the divine, but it might not be like the overall truth of like how that shows up, if that makes sense. And I've gotten that for years personally, but oh no, I mean angels look different. Oh, that makes sense, Data. Sorry about that. So Lainey's asking, are your guides always grouped as Zorby? I love that. Or do you connect with some individually? It's both in a weird way, if that makes sense. What I'm hearing is like it's showing up for me, and the way they need to show up for me in order for me to channel effectively is one thing I'm hearing. The other thing is it does include like angels and archangels. So of course, like people are going to connect with like Archangel Michael individually, and I'm going to connect with certain archangels individually. So it's kind of a mishmash of different answers. And for me, what I'm getting is like some of the best things you could do sometimes with that, or at least regarding this, is hold it a little bit loosely and let it show up how it needs to, and not get too caught up in the human understanding, and it'll flow perfectly, you know. But they're like, yes, it's angels, archangels, and source, and my spirit team is needed, I suppose. And the name is like a placeholder for that energy, and the name doesn't really need to be there, if that makes sense. And the way they're saying it is like, you know, it's just another way to connect with angels and source and do what he does. So hopefully that kind of explains it a bit more. So we have finished all the readings, Rochelle. I will do my best to upload this on YouTube as long as there aren't any technical difficulties. But that's, yeah. Do they want to define what they mean by energetics and how we can allow them in better? Personally, I would ask for a bit more like context around it so I could make sure I was answering that properly. Excuse me. But they would be up for answering it. I just, for me. And you know, sometimes they can absolutely just, well, answer things whether I understand the question or not. But they're telling me not, they're like, don't you dare try to force this. So I'm not going to try and force it if they're not giving it to me right away, or giving it to me. Linnea, they are saying yes to what you said there with the names and perceptions and things. Not that you needed me to say yes, but maybe someone else did, or maybe I just didn't need to say it. But, oh, that's so cool, S7. I love that story. Yeah, I don't know if it's always a bit different, but I see what your point is. It usually is, yeah. So, I don't know why they had me say anything, but oh, thanks, Linnea. No, that's awesome. Oh, Leo, all the channel videos, when they say you can receive energetics by listening to this video, it's automatic. All you have to do, if you're worried about it, is to be like, okay, I asked to receive whatever would be that's good for me to receive from this channel, or this channeled message, or this full channel message, whatever words you use that works for you. But it's automatically part of the experience. I suppose you could block it out if you don't want it, but as long as you're not like setting an intention to like block it out in some way, like you're going to be fine. Like you'll just receive what you need to receive. So you could say something along the lines of like, I receive all energies that would be nice good for me to receive from this video or this channel message. Thank you so much, or something along those lines. And it would do whatever it needs to do, if that makes sense. Hope that helps. I guess I'll answer this. Emma says, for them, that all of their spiritual messages seem to come from a similar source. Does this change with practice? It's kind of like a yes and no again, because I was getting like, originally I was getting like no, but it will expand from there. Because it's like, if you're already kind of like channeling from source, like that's perfect, you know, or spirit, however your spirit guides. Because it's going to show up in the ways that are right for you. And you can connect with different energies if you'd like, you know, even with your intention or things like that. but the other thing they're saying is like, at the end of the day, if something's working for you, you don't need to break it. Like if it's kind of like one of those. So what I'm also hearing is like if you do keep showing up and practicing, it will show up in the ways that you'd like, or expand in the ways you'd like, was exactly what I heard. Sorry. So and like some of the things they're saying, like with what Jessica said, they're like, that's perfect as long as it works. Like you're not doing it wrong. Leo, so I wonder if they want to define how you guys can experience the energetics or intend to feel. Yeah, so I know a lot of people do, but if you're someone who feels like they haven't quite experienced it or felt it, I would look into what I was originally gonna say was look into, and I think you already do this based on what I've encountered with in like classes and things like that. Where like if you show up and take time to like just feel energies each day, and it could be with a crystal, or it could be through, if you feel called to an energy healing modality or going deeper with one and like working with energies that way. It's going to expand your energy sensitivity over time as you show up with it, and you'll start to feel more, is what I'm getting. Some people do lean a bit more in different directions with their gifts. Like some people might not feel as much, but they get a lot of intuitive visuals to show them what's happening, or other people might hear, clairaudient, like hear things. And you can expand into all of it, like you're not limited, but you might have a strong suit starting out, or a place that's stronger than the others, and that's perfectly okay to like lean into that strength and let the others develop as they will. And that's also going to get you the practice that you need as well. And you'll expand like at the right time. So what they're saying is like with expanding energy sensitivity, it's simply a matter of showing up and practicing like feeling energies and taking time for it a lot of the time, as well as doing things that maybe expand your energies. And that's kind of where maybe like if you feel called to like energy healing classes of any variety, like that could show up as well. But they're giving that quote like practice makes perfect. So I hope that answers that. And I know that kind of entails a little bit of work, but you can definitely get there, is what I'm getting as well. S Heaven says, why do some spirit energy that they're not used to, where you're not used to their energy, like deities or gods, feel odd to me? One, because it's unfamiliar. I don't really get that you need to fear any of it. There are definitely some deities I'm guided to work with more than others. Like for instance, with Lilith, it's not at all. They're like, don't work with her. I don't know why. I don't, just because usually it's, I don't know. That's one that I get. No. And there might be some specific others that are the same for you. I don't feel like it's going to be any of them that are like crazy common or like normal, but I think sometimes that energy is still a little bit different than we're expecting, and it's not always a bad thing. But trust your intuition on like, do you want to work with this energy or not? And for you, I'm getting it's all safe. Like, you don't need to freak out. It's just, does it feel good to you? I suppose. But I think I understand what you're saying. See you, Linnea. I hope you have a great rest of your day or evening, depending on what time it is for you. Probably evening, but all right. I need to hop off too. Oh yeah, you're welcome, S Heaven. Sometimes the energies just feel different, and I know sometimes it could take some practice to get used to what's, I guess, good and what's not, if you want to use those words, but you're doing fine. Lainey asks, is it possible that dark entities stalk you if you're light? I get no instantly. I actually feel like that's kind of a myth. I know a lot of people purport it, but it's not what I get, honestly. No, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I felt that way, Lainey. See you, Moni. But that's what I was getting. And I know some people are out there purporting certain things like that. But Eleni says, I'm trying to make sense of the shadows I see. Okay, interesting. Yeah, they're saying that's a different thing. It might be like something to do with like a different dimensional thing or a higher dimensional thing. I'm not sure. But what they said is like if you just do more of your self work, like that'll disappear. Like if it's what I'm thinking it is, like raise your vibration, you'll be a lot more clear of the shadow people, I guess. And it's not always all bad, but just depends on the circumstances. For you, I feel like it, yeah. So I don't think it's bad, but okay. They're telling me I need to answer this one. Julie says a channel writing that seems like Dr. Seuss for adults. Do you think it's him? What I say is like maybe sometimes if you really want to connect with him, like you can. However, what I was originally getting was like it's usually not, and it's more like that's like a way you resonate. I'm not saying this; it's not coming out of my mouth, right? That can happen, but I feel like more you're working with angels or other beings, and it's of the true highest light and for the highest good, of course, and it's like comes through that way because it resonates with how you work, and it's something about a pat. What's up with this? It's a way that really works for you. You like to have fun, and it resonates with your soul, if that makes sense. Because like something about you resonates with that energy, and not in a bad way at all, of course. So hopefully hopefully that wasn't a bummer, but that's what I was hearing on it. Dana, I would definitely just take any modality that you feel called to, that really sticks out to you. Cool. Awesome, Julie. You're welcome. Glad it was helpful. Okay. Well, guys, I hope you have a great rest of your day or evening. I know it seems a bit abrupt if it was later, but I'm going to sign off. I hope you guys are doing well and have a great week. And I am going to see you next Sunday and hopefully throughout the week through different posts as well. All right. So send some love. Should it be in the highest good? And I'll hopefully see you later. Okay.